from where Cassidy is positioned. It's sort of at the left side of this screen. They'll go in one at a time, pulling out some of the bags and making sure they have all of their tools and tethers configured before closing the hatch and getting our 2 spacewalking astronauts out the door today. Once they get out the door at 6:35 a.m. Central, it'll be the 8th spacewalk for both of them. Both veteran spacewalkers today. You can see Chris Cassidy is EV1. He'll be the lead spacewalker today, and you can identify him by the red stripes around his suit thighs. Bob Behnken, also his 8th spacewalk, he'll be EV2, wearing the suit with no stripes around the thighs. Both have 7 spacewalks under their belt. Cassidy, you can see more than 37 hours of spacewalking time. Behnken, more than 43 hours. For Expedition 63, this is the 2nd spacewalk, the first just last week to start the 1B channel on the Starboard 6 truss. This spacewalk, though, will be the 229th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This is the 9th in the series of spacewalks since 2017 to upgrade all 8 channels of the International Space Station, replacing nickel-hydrogen batteries with lithium-ion. Again, this is the 7th channel of 8. The P4, S4, and P6 truss already completed with lithium-ion batteries and providing power through the life of station. For those just tuning in, you are seeing Doug Hurley at the forward end of your screen there outfit Chris Cassidy, one of the spacewalking astronauts for today's battery upgrade EVA. He's outfitting the EV1 suit with a safer unit simplified aid for EVA rescue. This is one of the final steps to outfit the spacesuits before pushing Cassidy into the crew lock. You can see Wagner already maneuvering Cassidy into place. This crew lock at the bottom of the crew lock, you can see from the angle of your view here. That's the hatch. Once the hatch behind Cassidy towards his feet is closed and the crew lock is depressurized, Cassidy will be the one to open the hatch and begin today's spacewalk. So far, everything going right on the timeline to get our 2 spacewalking astronauts out the hatch at 6:35 a.m. Central Time. Right now, the International Space Station is 259 statute miles over Algeria in an orbital daytime. If we stick to the timeline here, space station will enter into an orbital darkness, and right about the time that Cassidy and Behnken open up the hatch, we'll be getting some sunrise into an orbital daytime to start today's spacewalk. This is Mission Control Houston, still continuing with the beginning procedures to get our 2 spacewalking astronauts out the hatch today. Again, everything going according to the timeline so far. 6:35 a.m. Central Time is our target to get out the hatch and begin today's spacewalk. Doug Hurley, you see on the forward end of your screen, and Yvonne Wagner at the top. Now outfitting Bob Benken with the SAFER unit, Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. Again, essentially a jetpack that can be used if the unlikely event of the astronaut becoming untethered were to occur. This is the final step before positioning Benken in the crew lock. You can see just behind Benken in this screen, Cassidy already in the crew lock. He's positioned with his face right towards the hatch. He'll be the one to open up the hatch today and begin today's spacewalk. Of course, after closing the hatch and depressurizing the vestibule. A correction that veteran cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin, now in the equipment lock, assisting Hurley with the suit-up procedures and getting Benken situated with the SAFER unit. Doug Hurley, Expedition 63 flight engineer and commander of SpaceX Demo 2, the lead for what's called the Suit IV. He's the lead for getting our 2 spacewalking astronauts situated here and prepared for today's spacewalk. He'll also be the lead robotics officer at the hands of the station's robotic arm, at the end of which is the external pallet containing that last lithium-ion battery to be installed onto the 1B channel. This is Mission Control Houston. Hurley there on the forward end of your screen. Doug Hurley leading the suit-up of Bob Benken. EV2 for today's spacewalk on the right there. On the forward end of the screen, Yvonne Wagner now coming into the forward end. Anatoly Ivanishin also assisting with the suit-up. Both of our spacewalking astronauts attached by umbilical, providing power and air to our 2 spacewalking astronauts right now. Some of the next steps coming up will be to position Benken into the crew lock that you see behind him. Cassidy already positioned there. The hatch will close between the equipment lock where Hurley and Yvonne Wagner currently are with Benken, and the crew lock where Cassidy is and Benken will soon be. Once that hatch is closed, teams here in Mission Control Houston, led by Orbit 1, who have been seeing over some of the suit-up procedures here, Before getting our 2 spacewalking astronauts out the hatch today, they'll be the one to conduct a go, no-go poll, making sure everything is okay to begin the depressurization sequence. Depressurization occurs in increments just to make sure everything is safe. Of course, the leak checks on the suits were performed to make sure the suits are good to go out into vacuum. The crew lock itself will be brought down from just about the pressure you will find at sea level, 14.7 psi, that's what the station is. It'll be brought down to about 5 psi. Hold there for a little bit and just make sure that it's steady and check for any leaks before proceeding down to vacuum. A U.S. spacewalk officially begins when the suits are connected not by umbilical but switched to battery power. That'll be the official start time for today's spacewalk to complete the 1B channel on the starboard 6 truss, the 7th of 8 power channels to be completed today. On the right hip of Bankin, you see some of the tools that he'll be using. He's outfitted with some equipment that he'll need to perform today's battery swap. That was a pistol grip tool. You'll hear that term a lot, PGT. Sort of the space drill that they'll use for the bolts that hold the lithium-ion batteries and nickel-hydrogen batteries into place on both the integrated electronics assembly, that's the interface that has the batteries that work with the solar arrays on the truss of the International Space Station, as well as the external pallet containing those new batteries. Yvonne Wagner and Doug Hurley situating Bankin in the crew lock. Right where about Doug Hurley is the hatch that will close. Once that hatch is closed, Hurley will be right there in the equipment lock, talking with our 2 spacewalking astronauts through the handset there. two astronauts will be hot mic'd and will be able to chat with Hurley as they go through the procedures to close the hatch and depressurize that crew lock down to vacuum. Some of the pre-work to begin today's spacewalk underway aboard the International Space Station right now, just in a handover period. This will happen quite a number of times throughout today's coverage of the spacewalk. Handing over from some of the tracking and data relay satellites that provide video and audio from the station. What you're looking at now is the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The Orbit 2 team is here, now conducting a handover from the Orbit 1 team, just getting a status, and it'll be this team here that'll carry us through today's spacewalk. Royce Renfrew here in the room, flight director leading the teams, conducting that handover, going through all the checks. Immediately to the right of Renfrew is Jasmine Mogbelli. She is the ground IV. It'll be her voice from here in Mission Control Houston to our two spacewalking astronauts, Chris Cassidy and Bob Benkin. Jackie Kagi is also here in the room as the spacewalk officer. It'll be her that knows the procedures of the spacewalk backwards and forwards, working with her teams in the back room. She is the lead here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room with the Orbit 2 team. Today's spacewalk is to once again complete the 1B channel.
Just want to tag up how much time do we have left. It looks like 10 minutes or 9.5 with our clock.
Yeah, Doug, we're 9 minutes out.
So again, the primary work today is to complete this 1B channel.
Okay. Are you good with us just closing the hatch and being ready to go?
And Doug, your go to continue through step 80. The 8-minute clock is to before you can go past step 80.
So that was Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station, just confirming those procedures again. He's working with the ground teams here, now handing over to Orbit 2. It'll be the teams here that'll walk him through the procedures to eventually close that hatch and begin the depressurization sequence and getting our two spacewalking astronauts out the hatch. We're scheduled for egress at in the beginning of the spacewalk at 6:35 a.m. Central Time. Now, as Hurley and Yvonne Wagner here in the equipment lock wait for that clock to reach 0 and they can begin the hatch closing and depressurization, let's go through some of today's procedures. Here's where we left off from the last spacewalk. Cassidy and Benkin essentially completing a spacewalk and a half, getting through a lot of the procedures that were originally scheduled for today. So this was the last task that was completed on June 26, moving a nickel hydrogen battery from slot 6 over to slot 4. That made slot 6 empty and allows for the first task of today to be moving a brand new lithium-ion battery from the pallet over to the 1B IEA, that is the integrated electronics assembly. That's what's integrated with the solar arrays and the truss segment, providing and storing power in those batteries and sending that power downstream to the rest of the International Space Station's very essential systems. So that lithium-ion battery into slot 6 will be the first task. And of course, to work with the electronics assembly, it needs an adapter plate. So they're going to move the adapter plate from the slot D on the external pallet over to slot 5. There's an old nickel hydrogen battery in the way, so they just need to move that one over to slot D of the external pallet. And that will complete the work on the integrated electronics assembly. From there, the next task will be just to sort of complete their work site and clean up from some of the work that they've done on the 1B channel. Now, because they really don't have too much to complete for the 1B channel, they'll spend some of the next procedures not only cleaning up, but getting some of the prep work ready for the 3B channel. That's a new channel on the other side of this Starboard 6 truss. It still has those old nickel hydrogen batteries, so they will get some of the prep work done to remove that. You can see now Doug Hurley and Yvonne Wagner already closing the hatch, tightening it for a nice seal. Again, some of the next procedures will be to depressurize, but not all the way to vacuum. They'll get it down to 5 psi. We still have a clock of about 5 minutes before the teams here conduct a go, no-go poll for that depressurization, making sure everything is set before they hit the button to begin the depressurization sequence. But Hurley and Yvonne Wagner already getting through those procedures, making sure that our spacewalking astronauts get out on time today, just about an hour from now. Now again, what was original?
72 and 73 are complete.
Houston copies. And Doug, we'll put...
And it looks like you guys have 74 and subsequent until we get ready to start the depress.
Yeah, copy, Doug. We're putting those in work right now.
And that was Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station, just confirming those steps. As we speak, the flight control teams here in Mission Control Houston conducting a go, no-go poll. A go, no-go poll to make sure that everything is set for that depressurization.
And Airlock Houston on Space Ground 1, EV crew is hot mic'd.
EV1 copy. EV2 copy.
And Houston copies EV1 and 2, loud and clear. And Airlock Houston on 1, we have just over a minute left on the clock.
Bob, if you could check the switch, depress pump power is off. Verified off. And check depress pump enable LED on. The enable LED is on.
Nickel hydrogen battery from slot 6 over to slot 4. That made slot 6 empty and allows for the first task of today to be moving a brand new lithium-ion battery from the pallet over to the 1B IEA, that is the integrated electronics assembly. That's what's integrated with the solar arrays and the truss segment, providing and storing power in those batteries and sending that power downstream to the rest of the International Space Station's very essential systems. So that lithium-ion battery into slot 6 will be the first task. And of course, to work with the electronics assembly, it needs an adapter plate. So they're going to move the adapter plate from the slot D on the external pallet over to slot 5. There's an old nickel hydrogen battery in the way, so they just need to move that one over to slot D of the external pallet. And that will complete the work on the integrated electronics assembly. From there, the next task will be just to sort of complete their work site and clean up from some of the work that they've done on the 1B channel. And because they really don't have too much to complete for the 1B channel, they'll spend some of the next procedures not only cleaning up, but getting some of the prep work ready for the 3B channel. That's a new channel on the other side of this Starboard 6 and with that, truss. Doug Hurley will walk our 2 spacewalking astronauts through the depressurization procedures. So Josh Matthew, the Capcom of Orbit 1, get some of the prep work done to remove that. You can see now Doug Hurley and Yvonne Wagner already closing the hatch, tightening it for a nice seal. Again, some of the next procedures will be to depressurize, but not all the way to vacuum. They'll get it down to 5 psi. We still have a clock of about 5 minutes before the teams here conduct a go, no-go poll for that depressurization, making sure everything is set before they hit the button to begin the depressurization sequence. But Hurley and Yvonne Wagner are already getting through those procedures, making sure that our spacewalking astronauts get out on time today, just about an hour from now.
Monitor your suit pressure gauge for less than 5.5. Copy.
Doug Hurley inside the equipment lock, walking through our 2 spacewalking astronauts today. Chris Cassidy and Bob Benkin. Depressurization is underway, coming down from 14.7 psi, just about to hit 13 already. This depressurization is not the official start of today's spacewalk. That'll be when they switch to battery power. Now again, what was original...
guys will get an alert tone as well.
Houston, copy. And Doug, we'll put...
And it looks like you guys have 74 and subsequent until we get ready to start the depress.
Yeah, copy, Doug. We're putting those in work right now.
And that was Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station, just confirming those steps. As we speak, the flight control teams here in Mission Control Houston conducting a go, no-go poll. A go, no-go poll to make sure that now at 11 pounds per square inch, heading to 5 pounds per square inch. That is the check mark. The hold at 5 psi. For a little bit, just making sure everything is steady, that it's holding pressure. Do a quick leak check before proceeding down to vacuum. Now in another short handover period. Again, we'll encounter a few of these throughout today's spacewalk, handing over the TDRS satellites, tracking and data relay satellites that are in geosynchronous orbit, about 23,000 miles away from Earth. providing video and audio communication from the station. Just handing over as the station flies 17,500 miles per hour around the Earth.
And Airlock Houston on Space Ground 1, EV crew is hot mic.
Station about to enter into an orbital nighttime. Right now at the South Indian Ocean, about to cross the Terminator line and head on a northeasterly track. You can see here on the map just to the east of the eastern coast of Australia into the Pacific Ocean. The sounds you're hearing now is the depressurization from the Quest airlock of the International Space Station. Now less than 10 pounds per square inch, again heading to 5.
And Airlock Houston on 1, we have just over a minute left on the clock.
Bob, if you could check the switch depress pump is on. Right on. And check depress pump enable LED on. The enable LED is on.
This is a live view of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Orbit 2 teams here in the room led by Flight Director Royce Renfrew. The voice of Capcom that you might hear from this room is Canadian Space Agency astronaut and veteran spaceflight veteran expedition crew member of the International Space Station, David St. Jacques. He's the Capcom that you might hear on the inside of the International Space Station. Doug Hurley will be the main voice through some of the depressurization procedures, but the comms will be handed over to the ground IV, Jasmine Mobelli, here in the room. The ground IV is the voice that you'll hear. It'll be her voice to Cassidy and Bankin throughout the duration of today's spacewalk, communicating the procedures from here in the room up to the crew members conducting today's spacewalk. You see Mobelli there in the middle console. Royce Renfrew, Flight Director, leading the teams here of our 2 spacewalking astronauts through the depressurization procedures. Josh Matthew, the Capcom of Orbit 1. Doug Hurley, Flight Engineer of Expedition 63 and Commander of the SpaceX Demo 2 mission, leading through the procedures of getting our 2 spacewalking astronauts ready to go out the hatch. Really just a few steps left. The depressurization sequence underway, just less than 8 pounds per square inch at this time. We're heading down to 5. We'll do a quick hold at 5 psi, making sure there are no leaks but in the crew lock before proceeding down the vacuum.
There's 10 seconds. Take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open. Expect alert tone.
Directed is supposed to be manual isolation valve is open. Yeah.
Monitor your suit pressure gauge for less than 5.5.
Copy.
Doug Hurley inside the equipment lock, walking through our 2 spacewalking astronauts today. Chris Cassidy and Bob Bankin. Depressurization is underway, coming down from 14.7 psi, just about to hit 13 already. This depressurization is not the official start of today's spacewalk. That'll be when they switch to battery power.
So in step 3, when the crew lock pressure gets to 6.0, you guys will get an alert tone as well.
Copy. Okay, we're 37.
Chris Cassidy and Bob Bankin on the other side of that hatch right now. The crew lock where Cassidy and Bankin are situated, being depressurized at this time. Now less than 7 psi. We're heading down to 5 psi. Again, we'll do a quick hold there before proceeding down to vacuum on the inside of the station, where Doug Hurley and Yvonne Wagner are situated on the equipment log. That's at the pressure of about sea level, 14.7 psi. Crew lock now at 11 pounds per square inch, heading to 5 pounds per square inch. That is the check mark. The hold at 5 psi for a little bit, just making sure everything is steady. That's holding pressure. Do a quick leak check before proceeding down to vacuum.
Take the depress pump manual isolation valve to close, but that's at 5.
Now in another short handover period. Again, we'll encounter a few of these throughout today's spacewalk, handing over the TDRS satellites, tracking and data relay satellites that are in geosynchronous orbit, about 23,000 miles away from Earth, providing video and audio communication from the station. Just handing over as the station flies 17,500 miles per hour around the Earth. Station about to enter into an orbital nighttime. Right now at the South Indian Ocean, about to cross the Terminator line and head on a northeasterly track. You can see here on the map just to the east of the eastern coast of
There's 5.1.
I was just going to call you. You're getting close. Okay, go ahead and take it close. Be close. See the pressure stops moving. On the DCMs, go ahead and switch your display to get leak check question mark display.
Okay, I'm there.
And hit yes, and follow the instructions.
PV1 less than a minute. PV2 as well.
teams here of 1 and 2. Doug Hurley, flight engineer of Expedition 63 and commander of the SpaceX Demo 2 mission, leading through the procedures of getting our 2 spacewalking astronauts ready to go out the hatch. Really just a few steps left. The depressurization sequence underway, just less than 8 pounds per square inch at this time. We're heading down to 5. We'll do a quick hold at 5 psi, making sure there are no leaks but in the crew lock before proceeding down the vacuum.
PV2 is EVA.
And confirm you got the valve open. We're going to open up our MPES.
Negative. I'll take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open now. Depress pump manual isolation valve is open.
Copy, open. Enter your suit pressure gauges for less than 5.0 Copy.
You, Bob, we're going down to 2 now, and then closing the isolation valve again.
Copy. Okay, we're 37.
This is a good time to check your tethers.
Yes, okay. Doug, okay, airlock D-ring. We have the D-ring extender. My anchor hook of my waist tether is closed and locked on the D-ring extender. Look in waist tether, no anomalies, and the through hook side of my waist tether is closed and locked.
Chris Cassidy and Bob Benkin on the other side of that hatch right now. The crew lock, where Cassidy and Benkin are situated, being depressurized at this time. Now less than 7 psi. We're heading down to 5 psi. Again, we'll do a quick hold there before proceeding down to vacuum on the inside of the station, where Doug Hurley and Yvonne Wagner are situated on the equipment lock that's at the pressure of about sea level, 14.7 psi.
BB1.
Okay, on my left side, at 6, I've got a waist tether closed and locked to the airlock D-ring. That waist tether is in
Take the depress pump
and the crew hook is closed and locked onto my D-ring extender. I'm on my left side, and Bob, as expected, I'm lagging you by about 0.3. I have a safety tether reel, crew hook, red hook, closed and locked onto my D-ring extender. I've got a waist tether closed and locked onto that reel, the red reel. And the anchor hook for that red reel is temporarily stowed on my mini workstation. The reel is unlocked and the tether retracts. I can also see my green camera light. My hat is dry and my gloves are laid by
Tethers from EV2, copy checks from EV1.
I will, Chris, when we're outside, unless you can see it now, that waist tether looked in good condition as far as I can see it on my right-hand side. Okay, right-hand side, got it. And it should be closed and locked onto my suit. There's 5.1, the crew hook side. It's closed and locked onto the D-ring itself. And the fabric looking good, no color showing. And the big hook is closed and locked on the reel. I also have a green light up on 2 psi.
I concur. Be closed. See the pressure stops. Good. On the DCMs.
Are you ready for depress pump manual isolation valve to close?
Get leak check showing a little bit high. Let's give it a second or two.
Okay, I'm there.
And yeah, and follow the instructions.
Maybe we'll less than a minute. EV2 as well.
A quick summary of what's occurred so far. We got down to 5 pounds per square inch. Good leak check. Now proceeding down to 2.
I'll be closed, and on the UIA, take the depress pump power switch to off.
Depress pump power is off.
Tethers are all checked. When we get a DPDT of about 0, expect an alert tone. And Chris, when we get a EV hatch delta P of less than 0.5, you can open the hatch, but it'll be a minute or 2 at least.
Okay. Leak check complete. EV1 going to O2 actuator to EVA. Complete check complete for EV2 going to EVA.
check at step 6. We're going to go...
So again, good reports from Chris Cassidy and Bob Benkin. On the other side of that hatch, we had a good leak check at 5 pounds per square inch. Everything good to proceed down to vacuum. They had a task at 2 pounds per square inch to turn a pump ISO valve to closed. That is complete, and the crew lock is continuing to depressurize down to about 0.5 psi. From the inside of the equipment log, Doug Hurley, you see in the foreground there, will be monitoring the progress of the depressurization down to 0.5, taking pictures through the hatchway. There is cosmonaut Yvonne Wagner assisting Hurley with some of the suit-up procedures to get our 2 spacewalking astronauts ready for the day.
Look through your suit pressure gauges, we're less than 5.5. You, Bob, we're going down to 2 now, and then closing the isolation valve again.
Copy.
This is a good time to check your tethers.
Yes, okay. No, Doug. Okay, they're locked. D-ring. We have the D-ring extender. The anchor hook of my waist tether is closed and locked on the D-ring extender. Looking waist tether, no anomalies, and no...
This is Mission Control Houston. You will continue to hear Doug Hurley through some of the final procedures to get our spacewalking astronauts outfitted before opening up the hatch. He'll hand over comms very shortly once we get down to about 0.5 psi to Ground IV Jasmine Mogbelli here in Mission Control Houston. It'll be her voice that you'll hear throughout the majority of today's spacewalk as Cassidy and Benkin go outside of the hatch to the starboard 6 truss and complete the installation of brand new batteries on the 1B power channel, the 7th of 8 power channels to be upgraded, completed later today once they install the final lithium-ion battery to that power channel. The crew lock continuing to depressurize down to 0.5 psi, a little less than 1.5 psi at this time. The official start time of today's spacewalk will begin. The clock will start once the power of each of the 2 suits, EV1 and EV2, EV1 being Cassidy, EV2 being Benkin, once those suits are switched to battery power, that'll be the official start time of today's spacewalk, and the clock will begin.
The red reel. And the anchor hook for that red reel is temporarily stowed on my mini workstation. The reel is unlocked and the tether retracts. I can also see my green.
Now Hurley's job is not done once he's completed with some of these procedures to get them out the hatch. Afterwards, he'll head over to the International Space Station's U.S. lab. From there, he has controls of the station's robotic arm. It'll be him maneuvering the robotic arm, at the end of which is the external pallet containing the brand new lithium-ion batteries. He'll be moving it just a little bit backwards and forwards as requested by the crew so they can get within reach of all of the batteries that they need to swap. Again, there's only really 2 left. There's the new lithium-ion battery from the pallet that needs to go onto the station, and then they need to swap an old nickel-hydrogen battery with an adapter plate that will officially connect that lithium-ion battery to the station, providing storage of power from the station's solar arrays on the starboard truss.
Concur. You ready for depress pump manual isolation valve to close?
Showing a little bit high. Let's give it a second or 2.
A quick summary of what's occurred so far. We got down to 5 pounds per square inch. Good leak check. Now proceeding down to 2.
Coming closed, and on the UIA, take the depress pump power switch to off.
Press pump power is off.
Tethers are all checked. When we get a DPT of about 0, expect an alert tone. And Chris, when we get a EV hatch delta P of less than 0.5, you can open the hatch, but it'll be a minute or 2 at least.
Okay. Bill.
So again, good reports from Chris Cassidy and Bob Benkin. On the other side of that hatch, we had a good leak check at 5 pounds per square inch. Everything good to proceed down to vacuum. They had a task at 2 pounds per square inch to turn a pump ISO valve to closed. That is complete, and the crew lock is continuing to depressurize down to about 0.5 psi. From the inside of the equipment lock, Doug Hurley, you see in the foreground there, will be monitoring the progress of the depressurization down to 0.5, taking pictures through the hatchway. There is cosmonaut Yvonne Wagner assisting Hurley with some of the suit-up procedures to get our 2 spacewalking astronauts ready for the day. This is Mission Control Houston. Depressurization still underway, proceeding as planned. It takes an estimated 13 minutes to go from 2 psi down to 0.5. Right now we're hanging at about 0.8, proceeding slowly but surely towards that 0.5 mark. Once we get to that point, Hurley, from the inside of the equipment lock, still monitoring that progress down to 0.5. Very shortly after we get to that milestone, he'll hand over communications to here in Mission Control Houston. Jasmine Mobelli, the ground IV, it'll be her voice. Our spacewalking astronaut you hear, and you just heard 0.7 from the crew.
About right, based on our inside readings.
Go outside of the hatch to the starboard 6 truss and complete the installation of brand new batteries on the 1B power channel, the 7th of 8 power channels to be upgraded, completed later today once they install the final lithium-ion battery to that power channel. Crew lock continuing to depressurize down to 0.5 psi, a little less than 1.5 psi at this time. The official start time of today's spacewalk will begin. The clock will start once the power of each of the 2 suits, EV1 and EV2, EV1 being Cassidy, EV2 being Benkin, once those suits are switched to battery power, that'll be the official start time. Crew on the other side of the hatch last reported 7 psi. We're still making good progress down to 5 psi. Again, Hurley will hand over communications to Jasmine Mobelli, will be the ground IV. It'll be her voice you hear guiding Cassidy and Benkin through the initial procedures, some of the first of which are configuring those tethers once again. You heard some tether readouts earlier when they were situated in the crew lock. Once they get out the hatch, one of the first things they'll do is just make sure those tethers remain in a good configuration. To the International Space Station's U.S. lab. That'll be the primary way that Cassidy and Benkin remain attached to the station as they conduct their procedures today, first of which is finally upgrading the he'll be moving it just 1B channel of the starboard 6 truss, that one lithium-ion battery left, so they can removing an old nickel hydrogen battery, replacing that with an adapter plate. Swap. Again, there's only really 2 much of the procedures that were originally scheduled for today were accomplished on June 26th during the 6-hour and 7-minute EVA. The 2 spacewalkers conducted a lot of the procedures that were originally scheduled for today. So after Cassidy and Bankin complete the 1B channel, they'll do mostly get-aheads. First outfitting the 3B channel, which will be the next and final channel to be upgraded on the station. And then performing a series of get-aheads like routing some power cables, Ethernet cables, removing an H fixture for some future power system upgrades, and if time permits, removing a lens cover on one of the cameras on the outside of the station. All get-aheads that were scheduled between these 2 spacewalks, now primary procedures, some things that have been on the to-do list for a while, Cassidy and Bankin will get a chance to tackle today after completing the installation of the final battery on the 1B channel.
Looks like about that's out. For the hatch, Chucky.
Yeah, bud.
A good read from the crew on the other side of the hatch. Cassidy and Bankin reading a good hold at 5 psi. Now able to open up the hatch. Still waiting for that official start time. That'll be when Cassidy and Bankin switch their suits to battery power.
Okay, we see it open.
Then at nighttime.
Cassidy reporting in orbital nighttime, the station 260 miles over the Pacific Ocean.
14, and with that, Jaws, if you're ready, we can hand it over to you. Good luck, guys.
Thanks, Doug and Yvonne, once again for setting us up in a timely manner here. Chris and Bob, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, with that, we'll step into post-depress, staggering your switch throws, switch power to bat, expect a warning tone.
Power bat. Power bat.
This is
Both of you
Mission
check
Control
your
Houston.
display switches are
Depressurization
functional.
still underway, proceeding as planned. It takes an estimated 13 minutes to go from 2 psi down to 0.5.
Bob on the UIA,
right now we're
switch
hanging at
power
about 0.8,
EV1 and
proceeding
2
slowly but
to
surely
off.
towards that 0.5 mark.
EV1 and 2 power switches are off.
Once we get to that point, Hurley
Copy
from the
LEDs.
inside
Both
of
of
the
you can
equipment lock, still
disconnect your
monitoring that
SCUs from the
progress down to
DCM,
0.5.
install the DCM
Very
cover,
shortly after
and
we get to
stow the
that
SCU
milestone,
in the
he'll
pouch.
hand over communications to here in Mission Control Houston. Jasmine Mobelli, the ground IV, it'll be her voice. You hear, and you just heard 0.7 from the crew.
On our inside readings.
Move it so EV1. DCM cover up. Remove them stowed. DCM cover up for EV2.
Copy. Bob, on the crew lock, check depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Press pump man ISO valve is verified closed.
Both of you can take your temperature control valve to max hot.
on EV1.
The crew on the other side of the hatch last reported 7 psi. We're still making good progress
You can
down to
both switch
5
water
psi.
to on.
Again, Hurley will hand over communications to Jasmine Mogbelli. It'll be the ground IV, it'll be her voice. You hear guiding Cassidy
Check
and
your
Bankin
DCMs
through
are
the
blank
initial
and bikes
procedures.
are off.
Some of the first of which are configuring those tethers once again. You heard some tether
You can both
readouts
switch
earlier
your
when they were
temperature
situated
control
in the
valves
crew
to the
lock.
desired setting.
Once they get out the hatch, one of the first things they'll do is just make sure those tethers remain in a good configuration. That'll be the primary way that ground IV Jasmine Mogbelli walking Cassidy and Bankin through the procedures to start today's spacewalk. We do have an official start time. It is 6:13 a.m. Central Time. Cassidy and Bankin switch their suits to battery power. The spacewalk today to complete the 1B channel is officially underway. Much of the procedures that were originally scheduled for today
You
were
can both set your
accomplished
visors as
on June
required.
26th
We're currently in a night
during
pass
the
for the
6-hour
next
and
10 minutes.
7-minute EVA. The 2 spacewalkers conducted a lot of the procedures that were originally scheduled for today. So after Cassidy and Bankin complete the 1B channel, they'll do mostly get-aheads. First outfitting the 3B channel, which will be the next and final channel to be upgraded on the station. And then performing a series of get-aheads like routing some power cables, Ethernet cables, removing an H fixture for some future power system upgrades, and if time permits,
And with that,
removing
Chris,
a
we
lens
copied
cover
your
on
hab
one of the
check. You
cameras
can open the
on the
hatch
outside of
thermal
the
cover
station.
and egress the airlock.
All
With
get-aheads
the
that were
ORU badge,
scheduled
which will still on your
between these two
BRT. Bob, we did
spacewalks,
not
now
copy your
primary
hab check.
procedures. Some things that have been on the to-do list for a while, Cassidy and Bankin will get a chance to tackle today after completing the installation of the final battery on the 1B channel. You'll hear HAP check a lot throughout today's spacewalk, as well as glove checks. The HAP is the helmet absorption pad. That they'll do periodic checks to make sure there are no scuffs on their gloves and that their HAPs, their helmet absorption pads, are dry throughout the duration of today's spacewalk. You now see that hatch is open and you're starting to see some light from the inside of the crew lock. Cassidy and Bankin will be performing these tether checks. That's all the colors that you'll be hearing. The first one out the hatch today will be Cassidy. Good read from the crew on the other side of the hatch. Cassidy and Bankin doing a good hold at 5 psi. Now able to open up the hatch. Still waiting for that official start
Station
time.
in an orbital night time. 259 statute miles over the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Got the power cable. Right, my yellow anchor hook is closed and locked.
We see it open.
The
Copy.
green earth rail, the rail's in unlocked. And the load alleviating straps in good config.
Cassidy reporting an orbital nighttime. The station 260
Copy,
miles
Chris. You can
over
tether
the Pacific
to and
Ocean.
attach the aft safety tether green hook to your red reel.
Good luck, guys.
Thanks, Doug and Yvonne, once again for setting us up in a timely manner here. Chris and Bob, good morning.
Good morning.
And Bob, when you're ready, we'll take an inspection on your safety tether load alleviating strap on the forward D-ring. Expect the warning tone.
The waist tether on the forward D-ring is in good condition.
Both of you check your display switches are functional. Bob. Bob, you can attach your yellow hook to the safety tether reel on the forward external D-ring. Bob, on the UIA, switch power EV1 and 2 to off.
EV1 and 2 power switches are off. LEDs are off.
Copy LEDs. Both of you can disconnect your SDUs.
The
from
camera
DCM,
position being
install
situated
DCM
towards the
cover,
work site.
and
You can
stow the
see
SDU in the
some
pouch.
of the light reflecting off of the Canadarm2, at the end of which is the external pallet. That pallet contains that final lithium-ion battery.
The reel is unlocked.
It was unlocked. Yep.
Okay, good config, Chris.
Draws my yellow hook. It's closed and locked onto my field that's is here as well. So the one on the forward D-ring, cover up the airlock tube.
Copy, Bob. With that, you can tether to and attach the forward safety tether green hook to your red reel. And Chris, you can release your waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender. On the crew lock, check depressed pump man ISO valve is closed.
While all that's at work, I can see breathing station counts up and both
Both of you can take your temperature control valve to max hot.
Good, thank you.
Copy.
Cassidy and Bankin just reporting their tether configuration, making sure their reels and everything are aligned as expected, as well as the SAFE, or the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, that can be used if they were to become untethered.
You can both switch water to on.
Water on EV1. Water on EV2.
Check your DCMs are blank and bites are off.
No bite. No bite.
You can both switch your temperature control valves to the desired setting.
4 for now, EV1.
Ground IV Jasmine Mokbelly walking Cassidy and Bankin through the procedures to start today's spacewalk. We do have an official start time. It is 6:13 a.m. Central Time. Cassidy and Bankin switch their suits
Copy,
to
and
battery
Bob, is that reel
power.
unlocked?
The spacewalk today to complete the 1B channel is officially underway.
Okay, Bob, you can release your waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender, and once you're both released, you can close the hatch thermal cover. For the next 10 minutes.
Yeah. Reach it, Bob. You want me to get up there? I can reach it. It's a little bit tricky because the rat is retracting it. So, yeah. Cover closed.
Copy, thermal covers closed, and we copied Chris, your checks on Bob. Bob will need buddy checks on Chris. Copied your HAB check. You can open the hatch thermal cover and egress the airlock with the ORU bag, which will store on your BRT. Bob, we did not copy your HAB check.
And your PGT is kind of blocked on the high drive baseline. I can bet my right safer handle is down.
You'll hear HAP check a lot throughout today's spacewalk, as well as glove checks. The HAP is the helmet absorption
Copy, good
pad.
checks on both of you. Bob, you'll be leading out. You'll head to the port CETA cart to stow that S3 power cable. And Chris, you'll trail. You'll both be releasing your
they'll do periodic checks to make sure there are no scuffs on their gloves and that their HAPs, their helmet absorption pads, are dry throughout the duration of today's spacewalk. You now see that hatch is open and you're starting to see some light from the inside of the crew
avoid
lock.
contact with deployed TUS cable, Zenith, and Nader CETA rails.
Cassidy
On
and Bank will
S6,
be
avoid
performing these
contact
tether
with
checks.
radiator.
That's
Copy.
all the colors that you'll be hearing. The first one out the hatch today will be Cassidy.
Get a good inspection of the load radiating strap.
You have a look at me, my safety to the reel, maybe behind me.
Stationed in an orbital nighttime, 259 statute miles over the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
There's nothing wrong with it, it's just the, if you go to, when you get to the Cedar Spur, just open your right hip towards it.
Cassidy and Bankin continuing to perform buddy checks, making sure that they are set to begin today's spacewalk. In the meantime, from the inside of the International Space Station, Doug Hurley at the controls of the station's robotic arm. From the view on the outside, you might be able to see it move a little bit. He's just configuring, making sure that that's all set for when Cassidy and Bankin arrive. Hurley's talking with David St. Jacques, the Capcom here, in Mission Control Houston, speaking with Hurley on the inside as Jasmine Mogbelli, the ground IV, speaks with Cassidy and Bankin, about to head out the hatch and begin today's spacewalk heading towards the starboard 6 truss.
D-ring. Lead on handrail 3410.
Copy, Bob. Copy, Bob. Bob, you can attach your yellow hook to the safety tether reel on the forward external D-ring.
That's complete. Just my,
The camera position being situated towards the work site. You can see some of the light reflecting off of the Canadarm2, at the end of which is the external pallet. That pallet contains that final lithium-ion battery.
Reel is unlocked.
was unlocked. Yep.
Okay, good config, Chris.
Doug Hurley maneuvering the Canadarm2 as we speak from the inside. We're starting to get a little bit of sunlight as the space station flies into an orbital daytime over the Pacific Ocean just west off the coast of California.
Copy. Towards D-ring. Airlock.
Copy, Bob. With that, you can tether to and attach the forward safety tether green hook to your red reel. And Chris, you can release your waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
Sun. Here comes the sun, yeah. While that's right on that, my raised point station, I am releasing both of his paper handles are down.
Copy that, Chris. Copy. And Chris, after that, you'll head all the way out to the
Cassidy and
anchor hook
Bankin just
below
reporting
the
the
outboard
tether
seat of car.
configuration, making sure their reels and everything are aligned as expected, as well as the safe or the simplified aid for EVA rescue that can be used if they were to become untethered.
I've arrived at the seat of cart.
Copy, Bob.
Because I have the green hook closed and locked onto my red reel.
Copy, and Bob, is that reel unlocked?
Both reels are unlocked.
Some
Okay,
great
Bob, you
views
can
of
release
the
your
astronauts
waist tether
making
from
their
the
way
airlock
out to the
D-ring
work site.
extender, and once
We
you
just
close
had an
release,
orbital
you can close
sunrise.
that
The station
thermal
just off the coast of Oregon right now, about to pass over the western United States. Over at the far side, closest to the starboard 6 truss, is Bob Bankin. Coming up on the rear here is EV1 Chris Cassidy.
And we have a handover in 10 seconds. Thermal covers closed, and we copied Chris your checks on Bob. Bob will need buddy checks on Chris.
It looks like your left saber handle is down. I can see all 3 tabs are up.
And there's the handover that was mentioned by Mogbelli here in Mission Control Houston. This is some of the video and audio we're getting from station being relayed through geosynchronous satellites. A short handover of video and audio will be regaining those shortly.
Copy, good checks on both of you.
In the meantime, we're already ahead of schedule.
You'll head to the port CETA cart to stow that
Originally
S3
scheduled
power
for
cable.
an EVA start time at 6:35 a.m. Central, beginning at 6:13 a.m. Central as the official start time.
The CETA spur, leaving the adjustable tether there.
Just a little over 16 minutes into today's spacewalk, Cassidy and Bankin already making their way out to the work site.
Two cautions for both of you. Avoid contact with deployed TUS cable, Zenith, and Nader CETA rails. On S6, avoid contact with radiator. How copy?
Teams in the International Space Station Flight Control Room will lead today's tasks, the first of which are the installation of the final battery. Here's the situation as of now from the last spacewalk last week. The nickel hydrogen battery from slot 6 was moved over to slot 4, giving slot 6 an open position. The first task will be moving a lithium-ion battery into slot 6. That's on the slot 6 is on the station side. Over on the left, that's the external pallet. And of course, it needs an adapter plate, so they'll swap the adapter plate with a nickel hydrogen battery, putting that nickel hydrogen on the external pallet for disposal. Hurley's talking with David St. Jacques, the Capcom here in Mission Control Houston, speaking with Hurley on the inside as Jasmine Mogbelli, the ground IV, speaks with Cassidy and Bankin, about to head out the hatch and begin today's spacewalk heading towards the starboard 6 truss.
Okay, Bob, the arm is in position, so you can give us a gauntlet check and continue. You'll be going all the way outboard to drop off your green hook at handrail 2076.
Yeah, I have a good gauntlets on the left and the right.
Copy, Bob. And Chris, once you get to the anchor hooks, we'll have you check both of those.
Okay, copy.
Starting to get some helmet camera views. You'll see these pop up throughout today's spacewalk. You're seeing the helmet cam designation from Chris Cassidy. There's a translucent number on the bottom right of your screen, 18. He'll be helmet camera number 18. Bob Bankin will be number 20.
Looks good. Thank you.
Doug Hurley maneuvering the Canadarm2 as we speak from the inside. We're starting to get a little bit of sunlight as the space station flies into an orbital daytime over the Pacific Ocean just west off the coast of California.
Big hook is closed and locked. It's good. And I'm looking at mine.
Copy, Bob.
3061. Right. Anchor point on 3061 is also closed and locked. Good config.
Copy, Chris. Thanks. We'll take gauntlet checks, and then you'll proceed outboard to your green hook location at handrail 2004.
Right on that, my 004, both left and right gauntlets are placed.
Copy that, Chris. Copy, and I have a couple warnings and cautions for both of you when you're ready to copy. And Chris, after that, you'll head all the way out to the anchor hook below the outboard seat cart.
Well, it's just double checking that the arm is in a good configuration for me to continue.
Hey, firm, it's in a good config and brakes are on. You are good to continue. Okay, warnings. EP wheels are no touch for pinch points. EP PVGF grapple shafts and curvet coupling teeth are no touch. Cautions, translate only on handrails. Do not impart loads into any ORU on the external pallet. No sudden movements on the EP. Maintain less than 0.45 feet per second translation speed. Wait until pallet motion dampens out before imparting any loads. How copy?
B1 copies. BB2 copies. See the cart?
Copy, Bob.
And I'm outboarding the sergeant.
Copy.
Some great views of the astronauts making their way out to the work site. We just had an orbital sunrise. The station just off the coast of Oregon right now, about to pass over the western United States. Over at the far side, closest to the starboard 6 truss, is Bob Bankin. Coming up on the rear here is EV1 Chris Cassidy.
Doug, contact. Robo, Doug.
And we have a handover in 10 seconds.
Unclear, Chris. How many?
Okay, well, I'm clear. I'm just a minute or two from putting on the pallet.
Okay, we're ready to go. And
And there's the handover that was mentioned by Mogbelli here in Mission Control Houston. This is some of the video and audio we're getting from station being relayed through geosynchronous satellites. A short handover of video and audio will be regaining those shortly. In the meantime, we're already ahead of schedule. Originally scheduled for an EVA start time at 6:35 a.m. Central, beginning at 6:13 a.m. Central as the official start time.
Copy, Chris.
Just a little over 16 minutes into today's spacewalk, Cassidy and Bankin already making their way out to the work site.
My green hook location as well.
Copy, Bob. You can drop your green hook on handrail 2076.
Copy, green hook to 2076.
Teams in the International Space Station Flight Control Room would lead today's tasks, the first of which are the installation of the final battery. Here's the situation as of now from the last spacewalk last week. The nickel-hydrogen battery from slot 6
Chris
was
Cassidy
pictured in the foreground there. You can identify him
position
in the suit with
First
the
task
red
moving
stripes.
lithium-ion
There,
battery
the
into
far
slot
end of the
6.
station
That's
is
on
Bob Bankin,
slot 6 is on
both
the
working on
station
the
side.
first
Over on the left,
task.
that's
The external pallet. And then, of course, it needs an adapter plate, so they'll swap the adapter plate with a
Copy,
nickel-hydrogen
Chris.
battery.
Bob, you can head
Putting
to the
that
crew lock
nickel-hydrogen
bag
on
to
the
configure
external
your
pallet for
TGT with the
disposal.
hex driver from the pit pin ret. And Chris, you are go to translate onto the EP. You'll be stowing the ORU bag on the handrails between batteries Bravo and Delta. Let me know when you're ready for the numbers.
And I'm looking at the APFR since it's right here. 6 Golf Fox 12. And it passes.
Okay, good settings.
Good wiggle check.
The arm is in position, so you can give us a gauntlet check and continue. You'll be going all the way outboard to drop off your green hook at handrail 2076.
Okay, Doug, I'm coming onto the pallet. Gauntlets on the left and the right.
Copy, you're clear, brakes are on.
Copy, Bob. And Chris, once you get to the anchor hooks, we'll have you...
So that read out to Bankin was for Bankin to configure his space drill, the PGT. He'll get that ready as
Starting to get some
Cassidy prepares to, he's already on actually, the external pallet. That pallet contains that new battery. That'll be the first task of the day, getting the new lithium-ion battery from the pallet over to the station's truss.
Helmet camera number 18.
And then
Bob
you'll
Bankin
tend
will
the
be number
PGT
20.
and ratchet to the outside of the bag, leaving them on the ret series.
Okay, copy all. That's up. In work. Looking at Bob Banker on 3060. The hook is closed and locked. That's good. And I'm looking at mine.
Copy, Bob.
3061. Anchor point on 3061 is also closed and locked. Good complete.
Copy, Chris. Thanks. We'll take gauntlet checks, and then you'll proceed outboard to your green hook location at handrail 2004.
From the helmet camera of Chris Cassidy, his first task, stowing that bag, that tool bag, onto the external pallet.
Joe, I've got the Kulak bag reconfigured. I collected the adjustable tether, small. That was left out here to make sure it's still flat. It's now attached to the outside of the Kulak bag. And the Kulak bag is also got its large, small, adjustable. In addition to an integral tether attached between 2049 and 2054.
Copy, Bob. And with that, you can configure your PGT with the hex driver from the pit pin RET and attach that PGT to the Kulak bag with the RET, and the adjustable end of it will go to the DCSU H2 scoop.
Jaws, I've got both cameras on me. Working on the PGT.
Copy, Chris.
Jaws, I've got the 9-inch X head attached to the PGT. Test.
Copy, Bob. And that PGT will attach to the Kulak bag with the RET.
That's complete.
Copy, and the other end of that, the adjustable equipment tether will go to DCSU H2 scoop.
Need to get anything else out of the Kulak bag at this time?
Just a ratchet wrench.
Okay, the bag is reclosed.
Copy.
I think I'm ready to off the pallet. Jasmine, if you agree.
Yeah, Chris, we'll just take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you, and then you're go.
Okay. Gloves are same as egress. You can move, tap, dry. Gauntlets, place.
Copy. Chris, good checks. And on Doug's go, you can ingress the EP APFR, and I have some cautions for you when ready, for both of you.
This verify the VGT adjustable goes to H2 on the DCSU, correct?
That's correct, Bob.
Bob, how's this timing working out? You need me to come over there for anything? I think I'm just about complete. I'm going to the APFR next, I believe. Checking settings.
That's correct, Bob. You'll check the settings, and we'll have you roll, complete a roll as well to Delta. And I have some cautions for the external pallet when you're both ready.
I'm ready.
Once torque is broken on an H-fault, do not impart loads into the corresponding microsquare. Avoid translation and BRT loads into a scoop on the H2 microsquare for lithium-ion batteries installed with bracket interference. That'll apply to slot 6. When braking torque on external pallet, apply less than 55 pounds force and do not exceed 20 pounds force during ORU soft dock. Engage, disengage with the external pallet. How copy?
Copy all ED2.
So with that read of cautions from Jasmine Mo Belly here in Mission Control Houston, the worksite preparations is complete. You can see Cassidy and Bankin preparing their worksite, their foot restraints, their cordless power drills, all of their tool bags in place, ready to go. That first task now about to be underway. It'll be taking a new lithium-ion battery from the pallet that was referenced by Mogbelly over to the integrated electronics assembly of the International Space Station, the final lithium-ion battery to be installed onto this power channel.
Completed the roll to Delta.
Copy. So final settings, Bob, should be 12, Quebec, Quebec, Delta 12.
12, Quebec, Quebec, Delta 12 is sent.
Okay, Bob, we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check, and then you can start heading towards the EP.
Okay. My amp is still baseline. Both of my gauntlets are up. Left glove is in condition I left the airlock with. And the right glove is also in pristine condition except for some additional smudging. I think the smudging is coming from the black stripe on the bumpers, is my best guess. Bumpers with the alignment stripe.
Copy on the smudging, Bob. Okay, and you can translate towards the EP.
So that final readout was the settings of the foot restraint over at the integrated electronics assembly. That foot restraint will be used once the lithium-ion battery is removed from the pallet. The next objective here, the next work site where Cassidy and Bankin will both be. Bob Bankin now heading over to that work site. The foot restraint over at the electronics assembly that Bankin was just checking in a good configuration for when it's ready to install onto the truss.
Still camera still in the bag. It's on my right swing arm. Oh, I copy. Want it? No, I just figured we'd get it. We got it situated. Sounds good. Yeah, we'll get it situated after we get over there. Chris, you've got to be aware of on your right foot. Your safety tether's making a full loop.
Can you just undo it? I'll stick my leg, present my leg to you.
Yeah.
Probably the easiest way. Can you reach, or do I need to come down?
Chris Cassidy in the suit with the red stripes, ingressing or entering the portable foot restraint. That gets him in a good position right in front of the battery that he needs to remove from the pallet that's right in front of him. Marked with HTV9, you see there at the top of your screen. That pallet being delivered on the H2 transfer vehicle.
Thank you. Am I, might be clear?
Yep.
Copy that. Just adjusted my cooling to 6 if ground folks are keeping score.
Copy, TCV of 6, Chris.
All right, my heels feel in and secure.
Okay, Chris, with that, make sure the ingress aid is tucked in, your tethers are clear, and we'll take a serial number on that battery.
0026. Serial number. Others look clear. Ingress aid is tucked in.
Copy, good serial number and checks. You can attach a ret to the battery H1 scoop and then get the PGT out. Copy.
GT coming out.
Settings are Alpha 7, Counter 2.
Counterclockwise to Alpha 7 in motor. A 7 counterclockwise to ready to drive.
Okay, you're going to H2. You'll confirm the socket tape line flush and release H2 approximately 19 turns.
Okay, copy that.
Cassidy now using that cordless power drill, the PGT pistol grip tool, undoing one of the bolts containing the lithium-ion battery, the new lithium-ion battery, from the proper slot on the external pallet. He'll be removing that and handing it off to Benkin, who's situated on the truss segment of the International Space Station. He attached something called a scoop. This is simply a handling aid. Once the battery is removed, he can easily maneuver the battery that exceeds 400 pounds over to Benkin, who is situated again on the truss.
Indicators in unlock.
Copy, you can stow the PGT back on your swing arm and remove the battery when ready.
Copy that. All set, Bob?
I am all set.
GT stowed. Hands on the battery.
Copy, and as you hand this off to Bob, you're looking to hand him the H2 scoop with a red swap.
Copy H2. Now, rotating, Bob. Back.
H2 refers to a specific bolt on the lithium-ion battery, so Benkin knows which end to grab. The RET being referred to as a retractable equipment tether, just making sure that the battery is secured at all times.
I've got the battery. You've got the battery. I'm reaching my right. A funny red angle. I've got the battery. And I'm ready to start, please. Okay, coming out. Remind me with that safety tether stuff, is mine going in front of the APFR or behind? Your safety tether is going in front of the APFR right now. Thanks. So I might have to pass it over the top of it again. Right up on top of your anchor point, it's difficult sometimes to... Yeah, it's almost like that. There'd be one handrail further. Yeah, there'd be one handrail over. Right. Almost organized here.
Chris, you can move that green hook if you'd like.
You know what? I'm gonna do that. You got a second? I do, yep.
Cassidy now out of the foot restraint. He'll reconfigure his tethers here, making sure they're both in a good position. Benkin and Cassidy will guide the lithium-ion battery over to its new home on the integrated electronics assembly of the starboard truss. There's a new foot restraint over there waiting for them, configured to the proper settings. And from there, they'll be able to get into a position where the new battery can be installed on the truss.
Control. I'm going to need a minute to clear up my BRT and no problems. You have control of the battery? I do. I'm in a good spot. I have the battery. You have the battery. A little bit tricky to get past the pallet here. Yeah, just kind of keeping it on that side. Yeah. You have control of the battery. You have control of the battery.
Communication is the key here, as Cassidy and Benkin work together to move the more than 400-pound battery over to the integrated electronics assembly. From here it'll be installed to store power from the station's solar arrays. Bob Bankin will be the one to ingress or enter the foot restraint, get into position, and he'll grab the cordless power drill and secure it to the integrated electronics assembly.
This step we want is control of the battery. You do control the battery. You make it all the way to the T intersection? I did. GT stowed. Hands on the battery.
Copy, and as you hand this off to Bob, you're looking to hand him the H2 scoop with the red swap.
Copy, H2, control the battery. Okay, you have control of the battery.
H2 refers to a specific bolt on the lithium-ion battery, so Bankin knows which end to grab. The RET being referred to as a retractable equipment tether, just making sure that the battery is secured at all times.
I've got the battery. You've got the battery. Reaching my right. You see the pins in the blind mates? You want to just knock that out right now? Funny red angle. You can, pins look straight. Blind mates look clear, fog. Good, in my battery.
Copy the checks on the battery.
Get in. I think you probably need to get a little closer. Yeah, I'll go to the 32. Yeah, sounds good. I've got the battery. You've got the battery. Put my anchor hand on this one there as well, you think? Or is that going to scrunch you up too much? I think it's going to scrunch us up too much. I think so too. All right. I have control of the battery. Okay. Can you get a tether on it? I sure can. And you've got control back? I've got control. There. In place. Okay. You have control. I'm going to release my tether. Copy that.
Okay, Bob, before you get an APFR, if you can just make sure the gap spanner is clear of slot 6 for the install.
The gap spanner is clear of that slot 6.
Copy.
on the left. Good.
Okay, Bob, you can check the ingress aids tucked and tethers are clear. We'll take an inspection on the IA bolt interfaces and blind mate connectors.
Okay, on the IDA side, the ingress aid is tucked. You can verify the pins are clear, there's no fog. Good EMI band, and the pins look straight and clear as well.
Copy. With that, when you're ready, Chris, you can transfer the battery to Bob, looking for H2 outboard.
Okay, copy. I'm ready for the battery, Chris. Okay. Control when you're ready. I got control of the battery. You have control. I have the red. You lock your red out a little bit.
Okay, once it's soft dock, Chris, you can transfer your PGT with the 6-inch.
And Jaws, in order to accomplish this driving of H2, I'm going to roll back to my left a click or so.
Copy, Bob.
Got the PGT, you got it.
Settings are Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2. You know, drive bolt, how many turns?
Okay, you'll confirm socket tape lines flush to H2, looking for 16 to 17 turns.
Line is flush, 16 to 17 turns, copy. Indicator's moving. The battery's driving to me, huh, Chris? Yep, absolutely. Getting nice and smooth. Green light, 9.4, 16 turns.
Copy, and status indicator.
This indicator is locked.
Copy, same settings, Alpha 7, clockwise 2. You'll confirm socket tape lines flush to H1, looking for 4 to 5.5 turns.
And we're going to have Chris drive H1. 4 to 5.5 turns. Tape lines flush. Okay, it feels in there. Confirmed. You got it. And here we go. Indicator's moving.
Lithium-ion battery secured by one bolt to the integrated electronics assembly. Cassidy taking control of the cordless power drill to secure that final bolt.
Indicator shows locked.
Copy, and Chris, you can stow that PGT back on your swing arm, and Bob, you can release the ret.
Okay, Chris has the ret. Is that scoop going anywhere? I think just to clean up. I'll move it up to the bag. No sense in having a red on it.
Yeah, Chris, if you're asking about the scoop, it just goes back to the bags for setup for 3 Bravo.
Okay. Good. And I will egress and start working on moving the APFR.
Copy, and before that, we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from both of you.
Dry gauntlets in place and gloves. I'll leave you one. My hap is dry, my gauntlets are up, and no change for my gloves.
Copy, Bob. And as you said, you'll be moving that APFR over to width 18. Clocking is 12.
And let's see, should I go up the side here or go around? I think, Fred, you can just go right up the side.
Hand over in 2 seconds.
Less than an hour into today's spacewalk, and the lithium-ion battery has been installed onto the integrated electronics assembly. Leading the teams here in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Royce Renfrew, you see at the forward end of your screen. The voice you're hearing from Mission Control to Chris Cassidy and Bob Bankin, our 2 spacewalkers today. Jasmine Mogbelli, call sign Jaws off to the left of your screen there, and Jackie Kagi in the back, the spacewalk officer, leading the teams here through the procedures and working with her teams in the back rooms as we are already a little bit ahead of the timeline. Got out the door a little bit earlier than expected today. And Cassidy and Bankin looking good on consumables aspect as well. Their next task will be the swap of an old nickel hydrogen battery that is on the integrated electronics assembly with the final adapter plate that's on the pallet. That adapter plate is needed for the final configuration of the lithium-ion battery that they just installed.
Limiting consumable is Medox on Chris at 6:40. You're approximately 10 minutes ahead on the timeline, and just for your essay, both your met rigs are looking really good today.
Okay, copy. And the scoop I had is now in the crew lock bag.
Copy, and that was the H1 scoop, correct, on battery 6?
And ready to the inboard one, which H1, yes. I agree, H1.
Copy.
I'm ready to the APFR, Jasmine.
Okay, copy, Bob. And clocking of 12 and width 18.
The clocking of 12 and width 18. Clocking of 12 is set. Switch test with full test on the APFR. Quebec is set on the pitch. And the pitch knob is popped out.
Copy. Remaining settings are Fox 12.
Foxtrot 12 is set.
Copy, Foxtrot 12. And Bob, can you just... Go ahead, Chris.
Alright, go ahead.
I was just going to ask Bob, can you confirm the locking collars black on black?
That's black on black.
Copy, and copy that, Chris. Okay, Bob, with that, you can check the gap spanners clear of the battery and ingress to APFR. And Chris, you can retrieve the ratchet wrench and position yourself on the radiator inboard corner, and over to you if you want to go outboard and up and over, or just straight up on the inboard side.
I'm going to pause here, Chris, and wait for you to go where you're going to go, just so that I don't trap or see each other underneath me.
Yeah, I think I need to be around.
You can pause here if you want to ratchet wrench those free.
Yeah, let me get that. All right, I'm on H1, Jasmine. The ratchet wrench.
Copy. If you can get, can you read the serial number?
Bob, get that?
Yep, affirm.
I'll get it when I break H2.
Okay, and for H1, confirm socket tape lines flush and brake torque less than 1 turn.
Get tape line flush.
Cassidy and Bankin setting up to remove an old nickel hydrogen battery from the station's truss. You see from the helmet camera view of Cassidy here, he's braking torque on those bolts.
And Chris, are you also in a position for H2, or is Bob going to get that?
I am. I'm just gonna do that. Wasn't sure if I slipped out the bolt, but it was actually the torque braking, not the bolt slipping. On H1. Okay, moving to H2. Serial number is 0089.
Copy, good serial number.
Again, 2 bolts securing the nickel hydrogen battery to the station's truss. One torque is broken, heading over to the other bolt to break that torque. It'll be Bob Bankin entering the portable foot restraint, getting into a good angle to use the cordless power drill, the PGT, to remove the old nickel hydrogen battery from the station's truss. They'll then guide it back over to the pallet for disposal and to swap it with the position of an adapter plate that they'll bring into this slot.
PGT for Bob.
Okay, well, I'm gonna slide down this side and then go. Okay. On board. I'm gonna not forget my waist tether.
It's going to help keep you. Obviously.
Feet coming first, Bob. Let me know if
You're clear? Watch yourself. You've got the ingress aid to your BRT. Yeah.
Yep. And look to the pedal.
Pedals are good. I was holding it.
Okay. Okay. One. Okay, outboard of your feet, you can go ahead and get in.
As Bankin and Cassidy get into position to remove this nickel hydrogen battery, the station is flying 270 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean, entering into an orbital nighttime. You'll start to see the views from their helmet cameras get just a little bit darker.
What do you think? Those guys. Views.
Have a look at my lean back. I think it's doable.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to come up high.
Yeah, I'll scoot up.
And Bob, once you're in, if you can check your ingress aids tucked, tethers are clear, and then you'll attach a ret to the H1 scoop.
status tucked. Got a rat to the H1 scoop.
Copy, and PGT settings are Alpha 7, counter 2.
7, counter 2.
You'll be going to H1, confirm socket tape lines flush, looking for 8 turns to release the battery.
H1 for 8 turns. Looks flush. Yep. Indicator's moving. There's 8 turns. The indicator indicates unlocked.
Copy, same settings, Alpha 7, counter 2 for H2. Confirm the socket tape lines flush, looking for 19 turns.
The socket tape line is flush. Understand 19 turns.
Affirm.
Battery's moving. I agree. Indicator's moving. It's coming out nicely. Released. You hold the battery out there. PGT, you got the PGT. Yeah. It's like 3 hops of the bolt. Yep. It's kind of standard.
And Bob,
PGT is stored. I'm going to go back around.
copy. Bob, could you say the turns on that?
It was about 8. I just turned it to the full 17 turns. And I clicked about 3 times.
Copy.
You know, the indicator, I could feel it.
And you are about to go into a night pass for your essay.
Resting your feet.
As the station moves into an orbital nighttime, that nickel hydrogen battery is removed.
Hand off H2 to Chris, and we've got a handover in about 30 seconds.
Okay, Bob, I'm in position. Complete flip. It's work. Real good.
Now in another handover, again, we will periodically lose video and audio from station incrementally throughout today's spacewalk as the station orbits the Earth at 17,500 miles per hour. We're handing off to the geosynchronous satellites that are stationed around the Earth at 23,000 miles away. Jasmine Mogbelli on the left here, call sign Jaws. You're hearing her voice to Chris Cassidy and Bob Benkin. Now outside the space station with the nickel hydrogen battery removed, the final nickel hydrogen battery to be removed from the station's truss.
Okay, I have control of the battery. I have control back, and I'm in a good spot below your feet now. Okay.
They're handing the battery off to one another. We'll gently guide it over to the external pallet. there, they'll perform a swap. There's an adapter plate in a slot. They'll swap the adapter plate with the nickel-hydrogen battery, install the nickel-hydrogen battery to the external pallet for disposal, and bring the adapter plate to where the nickel-hydrogen battery once was. That adapter plate completes the configuration of the lithium-ion battery to the station's truss. And that will be the final task for the battery swaps, and will complete the 1B channel.
Okay. All right, when I think I had you lock out your rat, you could unlock it if you want, but I've got control of the battery. You have control. I'm in a good spot if you want to go. I have control in the rat. You want to go all the way to the rail? Okay. You have control. I'll go all the way to the rail. One more handrail. I have control of the battery. Okay, you have control of the battery. Battery? Okay, you have control of the battery. You have control of the battery? You have control of the battery. Control of the battery. You have control of the battery. To find something good to hold on to, really. Yeah. Weird spot. I have control of the battery. You have control. Control the battery. You have control of the battery. Control the battery. You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery. You reach without any hassle to flip the GoPro and point it towards the pallet, or no? If it's easy. A little bit of a but you have control of the battery. Pallet pretty close. I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery. Just past your BRT spot. Want to leave it up here towards the MLI? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I agree. All right, let me get my hand. This spot, okay? I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery.
That MLI multi-layer insulation, Cassidy and Bankin just working on maneuvering the battery, and communication is key here, especially in an orbital nighttime as they guide it to its new home on the external pallet for disposal.
I've got control of the battery. All right, your red time. Yep. You'll have control. Okay. I have a ret, and I have control. Okay.
And Chris, you are go to ingress the APFR.
Let me go to ingress the APFR. Oh, here I go. Okay.
And Chris, for this one, once you're in, check access to tools in addition to the ingress aid tucked and tethers clear.
Access to tools in addition to the ingress aid. Copy that. Spiel in, ingress aid is tucked. I can get the tools.
Okay, copy, Chris. With that, once you're ready, Bob, you'll be handing H2 off to Chris, and Chris, you're going to want your BRT ret on the battery tether point.
Can't reach the battery tether point. I'll fix it later. I am ready, Bob. Okay. You have control. Okay, you have control of the battery. I'll release my ret. My ret has been released. Okay, copy that.
And Chris, you'll want the H2 scoop in your BRT.
Okay. Suggested BRT red on the middle.
Copy.
BRT jobs are out.
Copy. Once you've got that stowed out of the way, you'll attach a ret to the adapter plate heater mat tether point. Copy, you can retrieve the ratchet wrench with the hex driver, and you'll be going to H1 first.
Ratchet, hex, H1.
You're looking for a one-line flush.
One line. Line is flush.
Okay, you can break torque.
It's broken.
Copy. H2, same thing. Confirm one-line flush.
One line flush, torque broken.
Copy, you can tend the ratchet wrench back to the ORU bag and then retrieve the PGT with the hex driver.
Key with the hex driver.
Okay, settings are Alpha 7, counter 2.
Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2 is set. Motor.
Copy. You'll be going to H1, confirm one-line flush, looking to release approximately 8 turns.
Line flush, 8 turns. Here we go.
For those just tuning in, Chris Cassidy is in the portable foot restraint right in front of the adapter plate. He's broken torque on that adapter plate and now unbolting it from the external pallet. Bob Benkin is standing by with the old nickel hydrogen battery that's going to take its place in that same slot. First, they need to remove this adapter plate, though. Cassidy working on the first of 2 bolts.
Counter 2 for H2, looking for one-line flush again.
Alpha 7, counter 2. Line is flush.
Looking to release approximately 19 turns.
19. 4 for 19. Definitely 3.
Okay, you can power that PGT off to the left and then tend it back to the ORU bag.
GT is off. And it back. Comes the Nerf football.
Copy, and as you hand this off, Bob, you're going to put your BRT ret to the adapter plate handrail tether point.
I can't see, Bob, if I've got the right side. I think it's the right side. Yep, I've got the correct side now. Okay. I've got a ret to it. I've got it on my BRT. Okay. Agree with my ret coming off? I agree with your ret coming off. It's all yours. Okay.
Okay, Bob, once you've got that stowed on your BRT, you can head back towards the IEA. Chris, for you, make sure your ingress aid's tucked, and then you can retrieve that battery from your BRT. You want H2 in your left hand.
Ingress aid tucked. H2 left hand. Copy that.
This is Mission Control Houston. For those just tuning in, Cassidy and Bacon have successfully performed the swap. The old nickel hydrogen battery is in the hands of Chris Cassidy, now working to install it onto the external pallet for disposal. In the meantime, Bob Bacon has the adapter plate. He's going to attach it to his body restraint tether and guide it over to the integrated electronics assembly. The installation of that adapter plate will be the final step here for the upgrades to the 1B channel.
Clockwise 2.
In the meantime, Cassidy working on that pistol grip tool, the cordless power drill, bolting that old nickel hydrogen into place.
Flush. Looking for 16 to 17 turns.
Copy that. Get tape line flush. Everything looks lined up. Right. Indicator's moving. 2 turns for 19. 60. Indicator moving. Battery going in. Everything feels smooth. Halo running torque.
Copy.
2 turns. Turns, 9.1 foot-pounds. The indicator is all the way in a locked position. The battery hooks in.
Copy, and green light.
Green torquing light, sorry about that.
Okay, Chris, with that, you can release the ret and stow that PGT back on your swing arm, and you'll retrieve the scoops and stow them on your mini workstation.
We have a good installation of that nickel hydrogen battery to the external pallet. Cassidy now removing those scoops, those handling aids. He'll take care of those as Bob Bacon continues to make his way with the adapter plate towards the integrated electronics assembly for its installation onto the truss.
Copy.
And Cassidy working on those steps to clean up his work site over at the external pallet.
Scanner is cleared. The slot 5.
Copy.
And I will have access to the PGT.
Okay, with that, you can ingress the APFR, check the ingress aids tucked and tethers are clear, and then we'll take an inspection of the IAA bolt interfaces and blind mate connectors.
Copy. Have both scoops, and I'm ready to translate to battery echo, I believe.
That's correct, battery echo. And Chris, both of those are going to go at the 3 o'clock, which is handrails away from the EP wheels.
From the EP wheels, okay. On the pallet.
Copy.
You're clear, brakes are on.
Yep. Guys on the pallet side. Looks like a good EMI band and no fault in the connectors. I will have to retrieve the adapter plate and then give you an inspection of that.
Good words, Bob.
on the adapter plate, good EMI band ends are clear on the pallet side.
Copy, Bob. And you want the adapter plate blind mate connectors oriented station outboard, and then you can soft dock.
Copy, station outboard.
H1 and H2 are installed. Shifted away from the EP wheels, 3 o'clock.
Copy, Chris. With that, you can head to the ORU bag and stow the PGT and ratchet wrench in there, and you're going to be taking it with you onto structure.
Roger.
This is a view from the helmet camera of Chris Cassidy continuing to clean up his work site over at the external pallet. He just finished up the installation of the old nickel hydrogen battery. One more step to complete. That's over at Bob Benkin's workstation.
PGT with hex driver settings are Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Copy, Alpha 7, clockwise 2. The adapter plate is soft docked.
Copy. And with that, you'll be going to H2, confirm one line flush.
Benkin already on that last step. You heard that confirmation that the adapter plate is soft docked. Now he just needs to install it using that cordless power drill. There's 2 bolts to secure it to the truss. He'll do 1 bolt at a time here.
Okay, both ratchet and PGT are in the bag.
Okay. One line flush on H2.
Copy, Chris. And Bob, you're looking for 16 to 17 turns.
Copy, 16 to 17 turns.
Chris, for you, you'll take that bag with you onto structure.
Bag, instruction, everything, even another once over, thing remaining, no scoops, except for the ones on E that are supposed to be there.
Copy.
You can
16 turns, 9.5 on the torque and a green light.
Copy, Bob. That you get same settings, Alpha 7, clockwise 2 for H1. And for H1, looking for 2 lines visible, one of them flush.
2 lines visible, one of them flush. And say again the number of turns.
4.5 to 5.5.
Okay, Jasmine, I'm ready to drop the bag.
Okay, Chris, you're looking to stow that. Recommend handrail 2003 or given location, and you'll also make sure the ingress aid is stowed towards the boot plate and tethers are clear to prepare for the EP translation.
Okay, copy all. It's all in work.
H1 was 4.5 turns, 9.0 and a green light.
Copy, Bob. Good install. You can release the ret, egress the APFR, and tend that PGT back towards the crew lock bag. and then we'll be working TA clamps.
And with that, Benkin successfully installed the adapter plate to the truss segment.
Is on 2003.
Copy, Chris.
Cassidy's just working on stowing some of his equipment over on the external pallet. Benkin's next task is to use some connectors to make sure everything is the power is connected, the adapter plate and the lithium-ion battery, and get that new lithium-ion battery configured to start storing power from the station solar arrays on the starboard truss.
Chris, you can once you've got the ingress aid stowed and your tethers are clear and you're 5 feet clear, I'd head back towards the IEA to take closeout photos. And you can, once you're 5 feet clear, give Doug the go to the back off position.
Ingress aid is against the boot plate and in the shortest position. I don't know what you call it, retracted.
Copy.
Colonel, early I'm 5 feet away, more than that. ATF bars clear, tethers are clear, we're clear, you have a go to move.
Copy, Captain Cassidy. We'll move the EP to the side 2 back off position.
At your feet, Bob. Yeah, at my feet, copy.
And Chris, sounds like you're back at the IAA. We'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Dry. Gauntlets in place, gloves good.
Copy, Chris. And Chris, you can either help Bob with the TA clamps and adapter plate connectors, and then after that we're going to be working on closeout photos.
Closeout photos. I'll be there. I'll make my way to the camera, Bob. Copy. Jasmine, which free battery, the entire face of the IEA, is that the general concept for the pictures?
The entire face, Chris.
Yep, copy. Daylight, Jasmine.
Approximately 3.5 minutes till daylight.
Maybe I'll hold off on the pictures.
Yeah, Chris, if you actually, if that PGT with the hex driver is by the crew lock bag, if you want to stow the hex driver on the pit pin red in the crew lock bag, in the meantime, now would be a good time to do that.
Yep. Thank you.
A lot of progress made so far during today's spacewalk. Just an hour and 43 minutes in, the adapter plate and the new lithium-ion battery are installed onto the International Space Station's truss. Bob Benkin just working on making some of those final connections. Cassidy has already cleaned up his worksite at the external pallet. Doug Hurley on the inside of the station is working the station's robotic arm and actually maneuvering that pallet away from the worksite, no longer needed for the rest of today's spacewalk. Some cleanup activities for this 1B channel, and of course the connections need to be made to finalize the upgrades to that 1B channel. 3 new lithium-ion batteries with adapter plates installed.
And that PGT is eventually going to go back on Bob's swing arm once he's done with the adapter plate connectors.
Again, an hour and 44 minutes into today's spacewalk. Already making good progress and nearing completion of the 1B channel.
Gap spanner on this side.
Yep, you can go ahead and work the gap spanners.
Okay, good. EMI band and pins and on both sides, cable and jack are both thawed.
Copy. Your go to mate P4 to J4. And just make sure that gap spanner is clear and board away.
The gap spanner is well clear.
Copy.
Okay, P4 to J4 is mated.
Copy, Bob, and levers over center. You can then connect that connector cap back onto J4, and the 3 TA clamps will need to be closed on this one.
Okay, copy. Okay, all 3 TA clamps are closed.
Copy, Bob. And Bob, did you already install that connector cap on J4?
Not yet.
Copy.
I'm right there. That's the location now. Okay, the connector cap is on J4.
Copy, Bob. With that, you can head back to the crew lock bag to retrieve your PGT. And you're going to stow that on your swing arm, and just please let us know what tethers are on it.
can you have a look at my safety cover?
Yeah, let's see. So, I'm over the top of you. It's clear from your feet, from your hip, and then... Okay. So I might need to go inboard to you with you to deconflict.
What I'm going to do is I'll just rotate this way. Come in here. And, did you collected that gap spanner?
Yeah, I got the gap spanner.
Okay. I might as well get a
Why don't I just get on the inboard side of you?
Okay.
Now's a good time for me to do that. If you agree.
Seems okay to me.
Okay. And that'll deconflict.
Collect the scoops off of the ECU here.
Okay.
Copy.
Here we go, Bubba. Deconflicted.
Okay.
Well, didn't get any pictures yet.
Okay. Well, I got that. That's good.
Yeah.
And Chris, when you do take those photos, if you can get pictures of those bumper guides as well that you guys think the black smudging might be coming from, that would be helpful.
Okay. Let's see. Any way you can rotate your feet a little bit this way?
Board or outboard?
Yeah. But outboard. That way.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry. No problem. And, trying to figure out where's a good place for me to come up.
I'm about to have these scoops,
And then you'll move left.
and then I'll be going to the crew lock bag.
Okay, I'll just hang out right here. Jasmine, I'm going to pick up the GoPro.
Say again, Chris?
I'll pick up the GoPro camera.
Okay, copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. 1 hour, 53 minutes into today's spacewalk. Bob Benkin and Chris Cassidy are just wrapping up their work on the 1B power channel, successfully installing the new lithium-ion battery and the new adapter plate and removing a nickel-hydrogen battery and making all the necessary connections. Now just working on some closeout procedures, gathering all of their handling aids and cordless power drills and all of the other equipment that they used for these procedures, cleaning up and taking some photos of the work site, making sure everything went according to plan. The next item on the agenda is to continue to clean up this work site, and they'll actually get a jump start on the 3B power channel. They won't be swapping out some batteries quite yet. There's still some work from the ground to configure the batteries for removal and to start that channel. But they'll install some of the handling aids that you see in the view right now from the helmet camera of Bob Benkin. They'll break some torque on some of the batteries and just really get a jump start on some of the work that's coming up later this month to upgrade the final power channel of the International Space Station.
I've got the 2 scoops returned to the crew-lock bag. We're on the DCSU.
Copy, Bob.
Looks like there's one more down there.
Okay, from there should be one more on battery 6H2.
I can get it, I'm right here.
And I believe there's still one more gap spinner deployed.
Retrieve my PPT, and I have 2 rets in series, as well as an adjustable tether on that PPT.
Copy, Bob. And Bob will take glove, hap, and gauntlet check on you.
This is Mission Control Houston. In another handover of some of that video and audio from station through the tracking and data relay satellites, this is a live view of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The teams here leading Chris Cassidy and Bob Benkin through the procedures of the spacewalk today. Flight director there in the gray suit is Royce Renfrew, leading the Orbit 2 teams today. In the back right there, Jackie Kagi, the spacewalk officer, knowing those procedures backwards and forwards. And that voice you're hearing to the crew is Jasmine Mogbelli. It goes by call sign Jaws over there on the left of your screen.
My gloves are still testing.
Copy. Okay, so remaining test is that inboard gap spanner chain, the scoop on battery 6H2, and then verifying that PVR pip pin engagement.
You can see the pit pin right here.
Copy, engaged.
Get it when I leave.
Can I give you the spanner?
Yeah.
The first one?
About one.
Okay.
Find a ret in this bag.
So many that there's none.
Some of the tools you're seeing here from the helmet camera of Bob Benkin. He's working on putting away some of the equipment he used for the upgrades of the 1B channel. Some of them include scoops. These are those silver handling aids that you see sort of sticking out of the bag, as well as the jumbled cables. Those are called gap spanners. You can connect them across the integrated truss and make it a little bit easier to get from one side to the other, making a translation or the move. From one side to the other a little bit easier. Floating there in the background is the you can see that white box with a black circle that is still photography, the DSLR camera that they use to take some of the closeout photos of their work site after they've completed the upgrades to the 1B channel. Again, Benkin and Cassidy cleaning up their work site, getting ready to go over to the 3B channel and get a head start on some of the tasks there.
6H2.
Yes, it's in the bag.
Copy. Yeah, A-firm, the only thing I have remaining is that remaining gap spanner, and then if you guys can just check we're clear of tools and tethers and take those closeout photos.
Does it make sense for me to collect this trash bag at this time?
Checking. Bob, you don't need it at this time. We were planning to get the one from the ORU bag prior to the H fixture.
Do I have to get anything else out of the ORU bag prior to the H fixture?
Negative, just the contingency tools, Bob. So if you'd rather take that trash bag now, you can.
I've retrieved the trash bag. It's on my mini workstation.
Copy.
Pick up that gap spanner, Chris, or should I plan to get it here in a second? If you can take the pictures on the outboard side, I can get this gap spanner. Does that work?
This is Mission Control Houston. As Cassidy and Benkin continue to gather their tools, clean up the worksite of the 1B channel, we did get confirmation.
Limited consumable is Medox on Chris at 6:45, and you're approximately 25 minutes ahead.
Okay. Get the pictures. I have to leave the coolant bag here, so maybe it's you want me to? If you could just release the end of that, you just release the end of that, I will. Yeah, better, and then I'll take it. Okay.
So as Cassidy and Benkin continue to clean up the worksite, we did get confirmation that there is a good checkout of that final lithium-ion battery. The 1B channel on the starboard 6 truss is up and running, completed.
And so big picture for both of you. Once you finish that gap spanner and the closeout photos, Chris, you'll be heading back to the ORU bag with the camera and GoPro, and we'll take an inventory. And then, Bob, you'll be taking that crew lock bag and bundling it to the APFR.
Okay. And you ready for me to release this end? I am ready for you to release that end. There you go. camera. Have it. Where it is, you can release the rest. The camera. I have the camera. And I have both cameras. Now, half of the IEA with GoPro, and I'll start the digital camera survey right now.
Copy, Chris.
Okay, Jasmine, I've got the inventory for the cool-off bag. Got a ret to a gap spanner chain with a wire tie. A second ret to a gap spanner chain with a wire tie. A third gap spanner chain with a wire tie on an integral ret. Got a adjustable integral ret with 2 scoops. Got a additional ret with a gap spanner chain and a wire tie that's integrated. Got a ret with a pit pin with a 9-inch hex extension. Got a long duration tie down tether with an integral ret. Is attached to, not an integral ret, but to one of the D rings inside the Krulak bag. I've got a ratchet wrench, a pump wheel, and a 6-inch wobble socket with 2 rets. Got an additional adjustable attached to one of the integral rets, and another integral ret attached to an adjustable, and that one has 2 scoops on it. The interior contents.
Good config for the inside of the Krulak bag. Up.
Okay. I'm having the same issue with the button, Jasmine. I can't tell if I'm actually getting pictures, but I have confirmed that every 30 seconds the green light comes on.
Copy, Chris.
Again, Benkin and Cassidy continue to clean up the 1B work site. The 1B channel is outfitted with 3 new lithium-ion batteries, all up and running. 1B channel really complete at this point. From the rest of the spacewalk on will be a lot of prep work for future spacewalks, including getting a little bit of work done ahead of time before the work on the 3B channel on the other side of the S6 truss, as well as a lot of get-aheads that have been on the to-do list.
Copy, Chris. We'll take the GoPro photos.
While they're continuing to clean up their work site, we'll take a few questions using the hashtag AskNASA. Please ask away throughout the duration of today's spacewalk. This first one comes from Francisco, asking how long the spacewalk will take overall. The majority of the tasks have already been completed for the upgrades to the 1B channel. Again, fully up and running, a lot of get-ahead tasks. Spacewalks are usually scheduled for about 6.5 hours, really scheduled around the time for limiting consumables such as carbon dioxide scrubbing. So ballpark will be around that time frame. Another question from Steven, who's asking what happens to the old nickel-hydrogen battery. That old nickel-hydrogen battery is on the external pallet. We still need to complete the 3B channel. A lot of the old batteries from that side will go also onto the external pallet. That external pallet for HTV-9 will eventually be jettisoned from the space station to eventually burn up in the atmosphere. The HTV-8 pallet will be returned by the HTV-9 vehicle for disposal in the atmosphere.
You going outboard? Or inboard? I'm gonna go down. Trying to get the few pictures? Yeah, just the battery 1-2 area. Stuff in that bag. Yeah. I'm finally ready to get out of your way. No problem.
And Bob, when you get a chance, we've lost your WVS, if you can check the button.
If it's okay, I'll check it at the APFR. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think there's a green light. It's hard to see in the sunlight.
Hey, we've got your WVS back. Thanks, Bob.
I think it was on. I just cycled it. I don't know.
Copy.
In the background, you can see Chris Cassidy with camera in hand as Ben can continue some of the cleanup work on the 1B channel. Again, the 1B channel fully outfitted with 3 new lithium-ion batteries up and running. Benkin and Cassidy completed the work for that channel. Now the rest of the spacewalk will be dedicated to much of the get-ahead tasks that were originally scheduled between these 2 spacewalks.
With that, you can bring that camera with you. I believe you've already got the GoPro, and take those back to the ORU bag, stow them, and then we'll take an inventory of the ORU bag.
Bill.
And Chris, if you want to keep either the camera or GoPro on you by stowing them in the ORU bag, that's an option as well.
Okay, copy that. Okay, Doug, I've got the crew lock bag bundled to the APFR. I'm going to shoot that gap between. Okay.
Copy, Bob. And with that, you can retrieve that APFR bundle, and you'll be translating to 3 Bravo. Let me know if you want the step-by-step directions.
Collect it up, and then I'll check with you about my routes.
Copy.
You're doing okay, Bob? Yep, your feet are doing okay.
With that, the work at the 1B channel is complete. Cassidy and Benkin will now make their way to the other side of the S6 truss. You see Cassidy in the suit with the red stripes already making his way down.
Copy, Chris.
Wave.
Away from Benkin, 260 statute miles over the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. As Cassidy and Benkin continue to clean up here and move on to their next task at the 3B channel, get some of the work done ahead of time, breaking torque on some bolts and installing some handling aids in preparation for the work to be done later this month. Continue to ask questions to us using the hashtag AskNASA. We have one from Micah who's asking, when changing batteries, what are some parts of the International Space Station that are turned off? As you can imagine, there are quite a few nearing the solar arrays. The solar arrays themselves are always angled towards the sun, but are turned off for this spacewalk. Also, the thrusters on the outside are disabled for the duration of the spacewalk.
Let me know when you're ready.
We're ready, Bob, as long as you're good for a pause and comms.
I'm good for a pause and calm.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
On the outside of the bag, there's a round scoop. Normal, small, adjustable, and a large, small, adjustable.
Copy, sounds good for the external config.
Okay. Side of the bag, there's tip and ret and a regular ret. On standby for the H fixture, nothing on them.
Copy.
Alright, trash bag that has a rent and an adjustable.
Copy.
That's the extra adjustable. There is a rent connected to an adjustable tether. It has two items, a tube puller and a pry bar.
Copy.
There's a ratchet wrench that has a palm wheel, a 9-inch, 7/16 X driver, and two rats in series.
Copy.
PGT with a 9-inch X driver, adjustable on one side, and two rats in series on the other side.
Copy, and good battery on that.
Is a battery and the position of the on-off switch off.
Okay, Chris, that sounds like a good config, just other than the camera and GoPro that are on you.
Right. Do that in a second.
And Bob, looks like you're on the go. You're headed to WIF 29 on the 3 Bravo side.
Copy. With 29 on the 3 Bravo side. The camera has a ret and an L bracket assembly. That's with me still.
Copy.
The GoPro is a ret, a mutt end effector. The L bracket assembly is connected to the mutt end effector.
Copy. And with that, Chris, you can retrieve the APFR, and you'll leave that ORU bag on 2003 where it's stowed.
Okay. The full view of the forward part of the space station.
A-firm, and Chris, you'll also be picking up your green hook.
Green hook APFR, leave the ORU bag on 2003, copy all.
A-firm.
Where are you right now?
I'm on the 3B side.
Copy that.
From the helmet camera of Bob Benkin, you're getting a sneak peek at some of the work, or at least the work site, where Benkin and Cassidy will go out once again to complete this channel.
I've arrived at WIF 29.
Copy, and the APFR will go in at a clocking of 12.
Right now, Benkin and Cassidy are just really doing a lot of as much work as they can ahead of time to minimize some of the prep work before they start swapping out batteries at the end of the month. Benkin has a portable foot restraint in tow. He'll insert it into that gold structure right there. And the two will work hand in hand to install some scoops or handling aids on some of the batteries, making them easier to pull out and hold, and as well as breaking some torque on some of the batteries that they will need to remove again later this month.
To the red aircom reel.
Copy?
While I'm looking at it, both are the unlocked position, and the yellow hook is still closed and locked.
Copy, Chris. Good config.
Looking on the
APFR.
The APFR is installed 12 for the clocking, black on black, good pull test, and good twist test.
Copy, Bob. Looking for a pitch of Quebec, Quebec.
Quebec, Quebec is set. So I'll take the rest of the APFR settings after I choose the crew lock back.
Copy. And can you confirm pitch knobs popped out?
Yeah, the pitch knob has popped out.
Copy.
Stickiness felt on the grease mechanism.
Copy, Chris. And Chris, you'll be translating to the 3 Bravo side. Handrail 2021, let me know if you want step by step.
I'm going just a little bit inboard and down that edge.
A-firm inboard to handrail 2003 and then the A-frame across. And Chris, at handrail 2015, you'll translate outboard, and you want to go over the FRGF to S6 with 6. And you want to route your tether clear of that FRGF pin and grapple shaft.
Am I going inboard of the A-frame or outboard?
Outboard.
Board, copy. We'll take the APFR settings now, Jasmine.
Fox 12.
Foxtrot 12 is set.
Copy, and Bob, if you can just make sure the ingress aid is stowed. I see you've got your crew lock bag, and you can head to the radiator side.
The ingress aid is stowed.
Copy.
All right, Jasmine, I'm on the other side and looking for the directions again one more time.
Copy, so at handrail 2015, you can begin translating back outboard. You'll go over the FRGF to width 6, and you want to route your tether clear of the FRGF pin and grapple shaft. And ultimately, you're heading to handrail 2021, where you'll drop your green hook. We have a handover in 15 seconds.
Once again, in a short handover of video and audio from the station. Again, we'll be regaining it very shortly. This is the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The Orbit 2 team here, led by Royce Renfrew, the flight director of Orbit 2, guiding our 2 spacewalking astronauts through some of the procedures of upgrading the 1B channel, which is now complete. The 1B channel outfitted with 3 new lithium-ion batteries, all up and running and ready to go. Cassidy and Bankin scheduled to upgrade this 1B channel over the course of 2 spacewalks. That work now complete, now getting a series of get-aheads done in preparation for some of the work later this month on the 3B channel. That'll be the last channel to upgrade with lithium-ion batteries aboard the International Space Station.
And back with you after the handover. A-firm, and Chris, you should be coming up on the handrail 2021. A-frame across. Bob, for you, looking to stow that crew lock bag on handrails 2050 and 2055.
2050 and 2055. See you there, Rick, coming over the cover.
And Chris, at handrail 2015, you'll translate outboard, and you want to go over the FRGF to S6 with 6. And you want to route your tether clear of that FRGF pin and grapple shaft. Copy for both of you. Outboard. Okay, Chris, you'll drop your green hook at handrail 2021. And for the width, APFR will, yep, A-firm, clocking of 6.
On the double line.
6 on the single line.
And 12 on the double line.
A-firm.
Okay, handrails 2055 and 2050. The crew lock bag.
Okay, Bob, you can retrieve the gap spanner change from the crew lock bag. We'll be deploying those.
And Jasmine, I think you said the tether hook should go over the RGF. Right? Or under?
A-firm over. Is it under?
I can put it wherever you want. There, it's over.
Yep, over. Thanks.
Green hook going to 2021.
A-firm.
me a while as well. Green hook. It's deposited on 2021.
Copy, Chris. And if we get locking collar, black on black, good pull twist test. And then I've got the remaining APFR settings.
Still tethered to it, and I see black on black. Toe and wiggle in all directions.
Copy. Remaining settings are India, India.
Golf, golf, 12.
Okay, you'll just need to change the pitch to India, India.
Yeah, India.
And Chris and Bob, just for your essay, you guys are still ahead on the timeline overall.
Copy. Fox 12, right, Jasmine? India, India, Fox 12.
Affirm. And Chris, when you're able, just check that pitch knob popped out.
It's up.
Copy. Say again, Bob.
I think I'd like to put some scoops out to get some additional handrails over here.
Okay.
Could you give me the scoop locations?
Affirm. We have 2 going to battery 1. Let me know when you're ready for the clockings.
Battery 1. And the battery 1 should be to my top right, correct?
Affirm. The top right battery.
And it looks like the scoops are pointing down.
Affirm. Both H1 and H2 will be at 9 o'clock, which is straight down.
Installed on H2.
Copy.
The pitch knob is a little sticky as well. I had just had to verify that it was out. It was popped out, but it's hard to tell.
Copy that, Chris. And Chris, you'll want the ingress aid stowed, and then you can head over to the 3 Bravo IEA.
Ingress aid is stowed, going to Bob.
Copy. And Chris, as you translate, you'll want to go over the Canon connector bank.
With my tether.
From the helmet camera of Chris Cassidy, he just completed his work stowing a portable foot restraint. He's now working on translating or moving over to the 3B power channel worksite. That's where Bob Bacon currently is. He's again getting some work done ahead of time, anything they can to limit the prep work needed for later this month. He's installing scoops or handling aids. Cassidy is on his way to join him and continue some of the prep work.
Affirm.
Handrails 20, 55, and 20. Good here about now. Can I be helpful? Screw lock bag.
Okay, Bob, you can retrieve the gap spanner change from the crew lock bag. We'll be deploying those.
Or scoops. And so we've got the battery 4, H1, I think she said.
Battery 4, H2.
Said the tether hook should go over the RGM. Battery 4, H2.
Affirm, over. And Chris, over to you if you want to work those scoops or start breaking torque.
I can put it wherever you want. There.
Or gap spanner. Yep, over. Thanks.
I think gap spanners are kind of handy to have. Going to 2021. When breaking torque, that might be handy too.
Okay, copy.
I'll take a gap spanner. Here's one.
And Chris, for the inboard gap spanners,
Got one.
you're looking for handrail 2044 on the radiator side.
Taking me a while, Bob. He's over here. It's taking me a while. 44. It's depositing at 2021. Meter side gets the wire tie.
This is the helmet camera view from Bob Bankin, continuing to install some of those handling aids, just getting a little bit of prep work ahead of time for those spacewalks later this month. Cassidy is on his way to join Bankin at the 3B channel and continue some of that prep work. They're going to break some torque on some of the batteries and loosen them up before they need to remove them for some of the work later this month, replacing those older nickel hydrogen batteries with newer lithium ion.
Battery 4, H2 scoop is installed.
Copy. And next one's on the DCSU, H1 at 12 o'clock, and that's inboard or to the left.
Station about 270 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean, crossing into an orbital nighttime.
I was tuned out. It's okay, well, the last scoop, we'll take a break on that one and we'll do it a little bit later. Okay.
And Bob, for the outboard gap spanner, looking for handrail 2055 on the radiator side.
On the radiator side.
Hey, firm.
Bacon installing what's called a gap spanner. This is another translation aid, or it really just a rope you can see there from the helmet camera of Bob Bankin. It attaches to two ends of the integrated electronics assembly and makes moving from one end to the other just a little bit easier when they're doing some of the battery work.
One in. Wire tie and that spanner chain going to 2055.
Hey, firm, Bob.
.045 is complete.
Copy, Chris. You can tension that gap spanner chain and do the 180-degree check for slack.
GoPro down.
Copy.
GoPro is in the battery 6 corner 2039.
Copy, handrail 2039.
I think she said.
Battery 4 H2. And Chris, if you're in a good position, you can grab that final scoop that's going to DCSU H1. Start braking torque. Or gap spanners.
H1.
Stay firm.
The gap spanners are kind of handy to have. When braking torque, they might be handy too.
Okay, copy.
I'll take a gap spanner. Which direction?
It'll be 12 o'clock or to your left inboard. And Chris, for the inboard gap spanners, you're looking for handrail 2044 on the radiator side.
2044. Okay, that's in place and locked.
Copy, Chris.
Long as torque braking.
Okay, and I've got a note for you. If a scoop is present on an H bolt, check that socket tape line is flush with scoop before braking or resetting torque. How copy?
Either side gets the wire tie.
This is the helmet camera view from Bob Bankin, continuing to install some of those handling aids, just getting a little bit of prep work ahead of time for those spacewalks later this month. Cassidy is on his way to join Bankin at the 3B channel and continue some of that prep work. They're going to break some torque on some of the batteries and loosen them up before they need to remove them for some of the work later this month, replacing those older nickel hydrogen batteries with newer lithium ion. Another handover of video and audio from station. Should be regaining that shortly. This is a live view from the inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Flight Director Royce Renfrew there, 200 gray suit leading to orbit 2 teams through today's spacewalk, crossing into an orbital nighttime. In the back row there on the right, Jackie Kagi is the spacewalk officer here in the room, knowing those procedures backwards and forwards. The voice you're hearing from here in Mission Control Houston to our 2 spacewalking astronauts is Jasmine Mogbelli over there on the left. She is the ground IV, communicating with the crew and following along in the procedures. Cassidy and Bankin completed the installation of the final battery to the 1B channel. That battery was activated, checked out, and now we have 3 good lithium-ion batteries on the 1B channel.
The outboard gap spinner is complete.
Now working on some of the prep work and get-aheads that will make the next spacewalk a little bit easier, and tackling a lot of those to-do items. Translation aid, or it really just a rope you can see there from the helmet camera of Bob Bankin. It attaches to 2 ends of the integrated electronics assembly and makes moving from one end to the other just a little bit easier when they're doing some of the battery work.
And with that, everything's set on 3 Bravo except for braking and resetting torque. So I don't know how you want to do it. If you want to have Chris braking torque and Bob behind with PGT resetting. Hey, firm Bob.
PGT is tethered to Chris. 045 is, while we're talking, let me do H1.
Copy, Chris. You can tension that gap spinner chain and do the 180-degree check for slack.
Clockwise 2 on H1.
And Chris, we're looking for Alpha 6, clockwise 2.
Thanks for the reminder. Going to 6, clockwise 2. Settle down. I have the PGT. So
Copy.
4 turns, green torquing light 8.3.
Copy, 8.3, green light.
What do you think, Bob? Want to do 4 next? Which one's up next? Just H1 on 3, so I gotta do H2 on 3 here. And then I can cut, yeah, come down.
Copy, handrail 2039.
Fight. H2, torque, broken.
Copy H2. And again, looking for good settings. It'll be 12 o'clock or to your last inboard. Copy, Chris.
The transition from my tab,
I've got a note for you. If a scoop is present on an H pulse, check that socket tape line is flush with scoop before braking or resetting. Copy, Chris. So for H2, okay.
Oh, that happened.
And hand over in 5 seconds.
Class 2 confirmed.
Copy.
Another handover of video and audio from station should be regaining that shortly. This is a live view from the inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Flight Director Royce Renfrew there in the gray suit leading the Orbit 2 teams through today's spacewalk. In the back row there on the right, Jackie Kagi is the spacewalk officer here in the room, knowing those procedures backwards and forwards. The voice you're hearing from here in Mission Control Houston to our 2 spacewalking astronauts is Jasmine Mokbeli over there.
Since we don't have a scoop on H1 of battery 4, any thoughts? Maybe just we're not looking for a specific.
Yeah, the tape line won't be flush.
Torque is broke on H1.
And Bob, can you confirm you're on battery 4 right now?
Battery 4.
Copy, thanks.
It's lined up. You want to go? It's a good one. Found that pretty good. Yeah, the same with battery 3. These batteries, they like their home. Torque is broke on H2.
Copy, H2 torque broken. And Chris, you can drive H2, Alpha 6 clockwise 2.
Bob will get it.
Copy.
6. Clockwise 2 on H2.
Concur.
Green light, 3.2 on the torque. Like a quarter time.
Copy. And H1, same settings, Alpha 6 clockwise 2.
Copy. that's on your PTT?
Yeah, I'm trying not to go too far. There's H1, battery 1.
Copy, H1 battery 1.
H2 battery 1. Broken.
Copy, H2 battery 1, torque broken.
Encrypt PTT back to you.
Good. And ready on H2 battery 1 for torquing.
Okay, Alpha 6 clockwise 2 for H2 battery 1.
Alpha 6. Clockwise 2, battery 1, H2.
Good settings, Chris and Bob. When you get a chance, we didn't catch the torque on battery 4, H1.
With a green light, and I believe it was 8.2.
Copy.
0.2 also on H2 battery 1.
Copy, 8.2. And for H1, looking for Alpha 6 clockwise 2 again.
Alpha 6 clockwise 2. Green torque 8.5 pounds.
Copy, Chris. And you are at 3 hours in the EVA. Limited consumable Medox on Chris at 7 hours, and you're 30 minutes ahead.
Copy.
Chris, it just doesn't seem to make sense to you're on the other side of your body to have you pass through the ratchet wrench and then pass through the PTT.
Yeah.
And you're right there.
Agreed.
3 hours into today's spacewalk, Cassidy and Benkin outfitted the 1B power channel with the final lithium-ion battery, all 3 batteries up and running, and storing power on that one channel. Now getting some prep work ready for spacewalks later this month to complete the 3B channel. They've set some of the portable foot restraints in locations that make it a little bit easier, and will make the work to begin later this month a little bit faster. They've installed some gap spanners and handling aids, and now they're going through and breaking the torque on all the resetting it with the pistol grip tool.
Two battery 2. Broken.
Copy. Copy.
Are in there pretty solid.
And look for Alpha 6 clockwise 2. Alpha 6 clockwise 2.
2 H2. Torque 8.3 foot-pounds, H2.
Copy, 8.3. Same settings for H1.
Foot-pounds, green torque light. 32 complete.
Copy, 8.3. Battery 2 is complete. We've got batteries 5 and 6 remaining.
down there.
Twisted around, I thought I was in the other side, then I saw the crew lock bag. Like when you said, watch the radiator.
That's why I didn't go up there. I just get on top of your tether now.
Yeah. That rotate the buckle 180 thing lasts for maybe one grab.
1 check to 180 degrees.
Yeah, right. Obviously. See, I need my friend the ratchet wrench. Go. This is battery 5. Bob, if you'll double check my orientation.
Yep, I agree. That's battery 5.
Torque broken.
Copy.
Are we going to be doing another lock bag inventory?
We will not need another inventory, Bob.
H2 torque broken.
Copy, H2, battery 5.
Clockwise 2. Confirmed.
Good settings for H2.
Recharging light is 8.3 foot-pounds.
Copy, 8.3.
Torque 8.4 foot-pounds.
Copy, 8.4.
5 or 4, yeah, 8.4.
Copy, and battery 6 is the only remaining one. Once torque is broken, Bob, you can take the 6-inch wobble socket and install it on your PGT.
H1 broken.
Copy.
Battery 6. H2. Broken. About the wrench is coming to you.
Okay, I'm ready.
Ready?
Ready.
Alpha 6, clockwise 2. I'm on H2.
Copy.
8.4 foot-pounds green torquing light.
Copy, and Alpha 6 clockwise 2 for H1.
H1. Alpha 6 clockwise 2. Torque 8.2.
Copy, 8.2, and with that, you're complete with the batteries. And Chris, you can stow that PGT and translate back towards your green hook on handrail 2021.
Copy.
And Chris, you'll also want to pick up the GoPro.
Roger that. Before I leave, Jasmine, just give us a little mini tag up here. What time are we at?
Yeah, so we're at 310 right now. And we'll be moving on. Chris, you'll be moving on to routing the power cable. Bob will be moving on to the H fixture release, and you're about 35 minutes ahead.
Bob, I'm gonna head out. If you need anything before I go? Nope, I think I'm good, thank you. And Jasmine, I'm gonna follow my tether back to the old APFR area and then go inboard from there.
Copy, and Chris, you'll pick up your green hook at handrail 2021.
All right, copy that.
And Bob, we think we see the 6-inch on your PGT. Can you just confirm a good pull test?
Just the 6 inches on the PGT, and I can confirm a good pull test.
Copy. With that, you can stow the ratchet wrench in the crew lock bag and then configure it with the doors against structure.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're hearing that the prep work on the 3B power channel on the starboard 6 truss is now complete. Cassidy and Bankin working together to install gap spanners or translation or movement aids, making it a little easier for them to move around the work site later this month. They've broken and reset the torque on the batteries, making it now a little bit more predictable for the removal and installation of the new batteries for when they work on that side of the starboard 6 truss, and they have foot restraints in the new worksite positions and ready to go. Now Cassidy and Bankin will split up and do 2 separate duties. Cassidy will go to the starboard 3 truss and route a power cable, and Bankin will remove something called an H fixture in preparation for some future power system upgrades.
And Bob, for your SA, we've lost your WVS again. If you could cycle the switch again.
My green hook.
Copy, Chris. And Bob, we do have your WVS back, thanks.
Green hook secured to the red Urcum reel.
Copy, Chris. We'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Dry, gauntlets in place. Gloves no change.
Copy, Chris. With that, you can translate to the port CETA card to retrieve the S3 boom power cable bundle.
Doors are towards structure.
Copy, Bob. With that, you can head back to your green hook. And daylight in 2 minutes.
Good night. My green hut.
Copy, Bob. You can retrieve the green hook.
This is Mission Control Houston. For those just tuning in, the internet is now flying 261 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean, entering into an orbital daytime. Cassidy and Bankin have completed the upgrades of the 1B channel, 3 lithium-ion batteries installed and checked out. Now at its fully upgraded configuration. They've also done a lot of the prep work on the 3B channel. This is on the other side of the far starboard 6 truss. They've broken and reset torque on the 6 nickel hydrogen batteries that are currently installed. They've also installed some gap spanners and put some portable foot restraints in places where they'll be easier to access later this month. Now they're continuing down the procedures with some of the tasks that were originally get-aheads, but when these spacewalks for the 1B channel were first designed, Cassidy and Bankin way ahead of the timeline, even on both EVAs combined, now getting some of those tasks done, doing a glove and hap check now. They've also done a lot of the prep work on the 3B channel. This is on the other side of the far starboard 6 truss. They've broken and reset torque on the 6 nickel hydrogen batteries that are currently installed.
Thank you.
They've also installed some gap spanners and put some portable foot restraints in places where they'll be easier to access later this month.
I'm gonna head inboard.
Copy, Bob.
Get-aheads, but when these spacewalks for the 1B channel were first designed, Cassidy and Bankin
Chris, did you make a call?
way ahead of the timeline, even on both EVAs combined, now getting some of those tasks done, doing a glove and hap check now.
You'll be retrieving that power cable bundle and translating to S1 panel Alpha 102. And Bob, you can head to the 3 Alpha BGA-H fixture, and I have several cautions and warnings for you when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, no sudden movements on the mass canister. Maintain less than 0.45 feet per second translation speed. Avoid cyclic loading. When nominally released, the end of the Fairchild fastener spring may protrude, creating a sharp edge concern. The Bravo 7 torque setting may cause bolt failure. This could result in a non-captive sharp edge, broken shank, and FOD liberation from the H fixture, or a sharp edge protruding from the BGA structure. Fairchild fastener considerations: align the PTT socket as best as possible over the bolt head, minimize side loading, apply downward pressure to bolt head during removal, prevents loading retainer ring. Drive PGT up until turn count. If necessary, manually release remaining turns. How copy? You can head to the 3 Alpha BGA-H fixture, and I have several cautions and warnings for you when you're ready.
Bob, you sure you want to do that? Obviously.
Okay, no sudden movements on the mass canister. Maintain less than 0.45 feet per second translation speed. Avoid cyclic loading. When nominally released, the end of the Fairchild fastener spring may protrude, creating a sharp edge concern. The Bravo 7 torque setting may cause bolt failure. This could result in a non-captive sharp edge, broken shank, and FOD liberation from the H fixture, or a sharp edge protruding from the BGA structure. Fairchild fastener considerations: align the PGT socket as best as possible over the bolt head, minimize side loading. Apply downward pressure to the bolt head during removal, prevents loading retainer ring. Drive PGT up until turn count. If necessary, manually release remaining turns. How copy?
Sure. Copy all. Is there any good news about it? No, that's scary. Bob, you sure you want to do that? Obviously. working on the, grabbing the power cable.
Copy that, Chris.
Okay. I'm at the work site.
Copy, Chris. So you'll be looking to temp stow the power cable on S1 handrail 3208 and then assess your reach to panel Alpha 102.
Reach, I'm evaluating now, and I believe it shouldn't be a factor. I can get it.
Copy, that's good news.
Say again, the temp stow, 32 what?
3208.
Okay, I read about it.
Affirm.
Touch real, no touch, or just at the touch site?
Copy, Chris. So you'll be checking to temp stow the power cable on S1 handrail 3208 and then assess your reach to panel Alpha 102. And Chris, just try to avoid it. We're just trying to prevent damaging it.
I can get it.
Copy, that's good news.
Say again, the temp stow, 32 what?
3208.
Okay, I read about it.
Affirm.
Here's a great view of Bob Banking making his way up one of the solar array segments to remove something called an H fixture.
Touch real, no touch, or just...
This is one of those items that was originally on the Get Ahead task, now timelined for this spacewalk after completing the 1B and 3B prep work, the 1B channel upgrades and the 3B channel prep work. This H fixture removal will be for some future power system upgrades, just one of those nice to haves that was part of the get aheads for these two spacewalks for the 1B channel.
Yeah, affirm, and you'll release wire tie number 1 with one twist and then insert the cable through that MLI gap towards Alpha 102 panel.
Okay.
Here's a great view of Bob Banking making his way up one of the solar array segments to remove something called an H fixture.
Okay, copy that, Bob. So you're going to attach your mini workstation.
This is one of those items that was originally on the Get Ahead task, now timelined for this spacewalk after completing the 1B and 3B prep work, 1B channel upgrades and the 3B channel prep work. This H fixture removal will be for some future power system upgrades, just one of those nice to haves that was part of the get aheads for these two spacewalks for the 1B channel.
Yeah, affirm, and you'll release wire tie number 1 with one twist and then insert the cable through that MLI gap towards Alpha 102 panel.
Adjustable is making a loop with the D-ring, and that adjustable is then tethered to the H fixture.
Okay, Bob, that looks good to us, and you can prepare your small trash bag in case there's a bolt failure. Okay, copy that, Bob. So you're going to attach your mini workstation ret to the mini workstation adjustable D-ring. Copy, Chris. And then that adjustable will hook to the H fixture onto the tether point.
I've got the trash bag.
Okay, Bob, with that, you can grab your PGT with the 6-inch. Settings are Bravo 7, counter 1.
Bravo 7, counter 1. I've got a rat from adjustable. That adjustable is remove the cap from the DA 116. And I
A-firm, and you can remove it before you fish it through the MLI if you need to. Okay, Bob, that looks good to us, and you can prepare your small trash bag in case there's a bolt failure. Copy.
Comes the fish.
And Bob, once you've got those settings, just let us know which bolt you're going to first. You're looking to release torque 1 to 2 turns on each bolt.
Got the trash bag.
Okay, Bob, with that, you can grab your PGT with the 6-inch. Settings are Bravo 7, counter 1.
The tether point's on the right-hand side. We're going to the top right corner first.
Copy, we see you on bolt 1, and we've got good visual.
Bravo 7, counter 1.
Bob Benkin working on removing this item called the H fixture. It's that gold box right there. Here's another view just for some context of where Bob is relative to other parts of the station. You can see this is sort of at the base of the solar arrays, and then beyond that, towards the truss segment, are the new lithium-ion batteries.
Yeah, so Chris, you'll release the first TA clamp on cable W5111, and that's back from Papa 116 on that Alpha 102 J195.
And I'm on Alpha 102. Panel.
A-firm.
J116 cable going into the interface panel. On the other side of that, there's a plug.
Yep, and you'll want to release the first TA clamp on that cable.
Focus broken on 1.
Okay, Bob, and say number of turns.
Just about 1.5 turns.
Copy 1.5. And we see you on bolt 4.
Torque is broken on bolt 4, 1 turn.
Copy 1 turn on bolt 4. And
bolt 3.
Copy, and we're 15 seconds from LOS.
There's a plug.
Yep, and you'll want to release the first TA clamp on that cable.
Bolt 3.
Copy 1 turn on 3.
Yeah, clamp released. Torque is broken on 1.
Okay, Bob, and say number of turns.
About 1.5 turns.
Copy 1.5.
Now in another short handover of communication from those tracking and data relay satellites. Again, one of the many handovers we have as the station makes its way around the Earth. Those TDRS satellites are part of NASA's Space Communication and Navigation Program and part of the Space Network.
Copy 1 turn on bolt 4.
Try to get a good impulse with your arm on Bravo 7. Right, right.
Okay, back with you after the handover. Bob, I think you said 1 turn on bolt number 2 as well.
Bolt 3.
Copy, and we're 15 seconds from LOS.
Torque broke now.
Yep, concur, and you can, with the PGT now on Bravo 7, counter 1 will fully release each of the bolts. So on bolt 1, an extra 10.5 turns and 11 turns on 2 through 4.
Okay, Jen, you're ready to, the TA clamps removed. I'm ready to release the...
Now in another short handover
copy, Chris,
of
and,
communication from
your
those
WDS
tracking
is
and
out,
data relay satellites.
so when you get a chance,
Again,
you
one
can
of the
cycle
many
that.
handovers we
So
have
you'll
as
be
the station makes its way
demating
around the Earth.
Papa
Those
116
TDRS satellites are part of NASA's
from
Space Communication and Navigation
J195.
Program and part of the Space Network.
Trying to get, trying to get a good impulse with your arm on Bravo
And good WVS, Chris. You have to the handover. Bob, I think you said one turn on bolt number 2 as well. Copy. You can get a good inspection, and then we'll be mating J116 to the ISS cable. You can Papa 116. With the DVT now on Bravo 7, counter 1 will fully release each of the bolts. So on bolt 1, an extra 10.5 turns and 11 turns on.
Here's a view from the helmet camera of Chris Cassidy, Jasmine Mogbelli, the ground IV here in Mission Control Houston, walking him through the steps of routing and connecting some of the power cables you see there from his helmet camera. He's doing a completely different task at this time from Bob Bankin, who is at the base of one of the station's solar arrays, removing something called an H fixture.
From J195. Copy, good inspection, your go to mate.
The bolt on the bottom right is loose after 11 turns.
And good WVS. Copy, bolt number 2.
Right. Okay, that's mated.
Copy, you can get a good inspection, and then we'll be mating J116 to the if you can reach it, Chris, we'll close the TA clamp.
Here's a view from the helmet camera of Chris Cassidy, Jasmine Mogbelli, the ground IV
Copy,
here
and you
in
can
Mission
install
Control
that
Houston,
cap,
walking him through the steps
on your mini
of routing and
workstation
connecting some
onto
of the
panel
power
Alpha
cables you see there
102,
from his helmet
J195.
camera. He's doing a completely different task at this time from Bob Bankin, who is at the base of one of the station's solar arrays, removing something called an H fixture.
Installed.
Copy, and Chris, you can wire tie that S3 power cable on the inside of the truss near the MLI opening. And you'll just want to verify the cable's secure and clear of the MT translation path on phase 1 when you do that.
Understand all. Tight, complete. Ready on the line. 3 of the 4 bolts released. Working on the 4th now.
Copy, see you working on number 3 now, and Chris, I got that wire ties in place and it's clear of the MT translation path. With that, I have a warning for you, Chris. There's potential MMOD strike on S1 handrail 3210. How copy? Okay. And we're going to begin routing that S3 power cable to the install location. So first verify safety tether's not trapped by the cable or wire tie, and you're going to wire tie to handrail 3208.
Go. Good work. All 4 bolts are loose at this point, Jasmine.
Copy that, Bob. With that, you can use the adjustable equipment tether strap that's on the tether point to pull the H fixture from the GSE pad.
Copy. Here we go.
And Bob, before you do that, can you confirm they're all popped out?
Yes, I can confirm that all 4 are popped out.
Copy, thanks. And you'll want to, as you do that, Bob, rotate the H fixture away from the GSE pad to release it.
Doesn't want to release.
Okay, copy. Bob, stand by. Chris, or Bob, if you want to put your left hand on the metal plate just above the H fixture to get better leverage, you can try that.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just tuning in, Bob Benkin and Chris Cassidy working on separate tasks at this time. This is the helmet camera view from Bob Benkin, the number 20 at the bottom right of your screen. He's working on removing this gold square called the H fixture from the base of the station's solar arrays. In the meantime, Cassidy is working on routing a power cable at the starboard 3 truss.
Complete. 3210.
Copy 3208, and as you said, going on to 3210, if you can just verify the connectors aren't protruding through the phase 2 MLI.
Correct.
Okay, and Chris, can we have you check your safer handles?
And Jonathan, I guess I'm going to have to go for the pry bar.
Okay, copy that, Bob. Do you have a BRT down? Did you want to try that if you don't already?
Yep, I have a BRT down.
Okay, copy that, Bob. With that, we can go for the pry bar.
I've undone the bolt. I can't pull this off. I'm tethered to it. So make sure you're happy with the configuration I made.
Checking.
Down, by the way.
And Bob, if you, since you're tethered to it, you can move that tether to the handrail so that the H fixture is tethered to the handrail as you go to retrieve the pry bar.
So one other thing I'm going to try is that I can move the bracket kind of up and down.
Okay.
Right here.
Yeah, we're seeing it in your
a little bit.
WVS.
I think I might take it to each of the extremes and give it another tug. see if that does any good.
Okay. And I'm also being told if you want to try pulling straight out vice the rotating pull, you can try that as well.
I'm putting about as much force as I can into it to try to pull it off, and not interested in coming off.
Copy.
3210.
Copy on 3210, and verify that it's out of the MT translation path on phase 2, and then I have a few cautions for you, Chris.
There is an MMOD strike here. I got it with a GoPro. And go ahead with your cautions.
Copy. Avoid contact with charge beam. If contact occurs, wait 2 to 5 minutes for structural response to dissipate. Verify S3 boom power cable is clear of starboard charge rotational envelope. Do not translate on CAS, deploy Clevis, or ADP. How copy?
Be all.
Okay, Chris, with
320, yeah.
on the Zenith stanchion. You want it on the inboard of the handrail on the Zenith stanchion.
Port side, Zenith stanchion, 3210, inward.
Bob, can you hold and stand down from what you're doing for a sec? That's correct, Chris. And Chris, you want it routed on the outboard side of that handrail.
Port side, copy.
And Bob, as you do that, just make sure you're not putting pressure on the gate. We don't want that tether to release.
I'm not sure I got enough leverage to accomplish much here either, so.
Okay, Bob, we'll have you stand down on that and try the pry bar.
This is Mission Control Houston. For those just tuning in, Bob Benkin working on troubleshooting some techniques to get that H fixture, that's that gold square you see in his view, removed from the base unit of the solar arrays called the mast canister.
Outboard, inward.
Chris Cassidy, in the meantime, continuing to route power cables. You may have heard some cautions and warnings associated with that route, just making sure that when Cassidy was routing the cables, the readouts were on what to hold on to and what not to hold on to while that power cable was being routed across the station structure.
I'm going to make my way to the RU bag for the pry bar.
Copy, Bob.
I'm putting a pretty big load into it, and it's not budging to pry bar. It does much.
Copy, Bob. And Bob, when you go to grab that pry bar, recommend you go ahead and grab the AMS tube puller at the same time in case we need it.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. Bob Bankin now heading over to his tool bag, pulling the H fixture straight out. Didn't quite seem to work, so he's going to get some more tools and try a pry bar and then some additional tools if necessary, trying to get that H fixture removed.
Not budging, so pry bar does much.
Copy, Bob. And Bob, when you go to grab that pry bar, recommend Bob, you if we go ahead and get to the point where we're AMS using that tube puller, the idea is you'd insert the hook between the H fixture and the bracket and use that hook to exercise the ball detents.
This is Mission Control Houston. Bob Bankin now heading over to his tool bag, pulling the H fixture straight out. Didn't quite seem to work, so he's going to get some more tools and try a...
I'll bring all those things.
Copy that, Bob.
Jasmine, I'm on handrail 3004. I have it routed outboard of whip 1 on S3.
Okay, copy, Chris. And, yep, you'll wire tie it there to handrail 3004 on the outboard side of the handrail.
The outboard side of it. Using a wire tie for my beer G.
Copy.
Jasmine, can it looks like it's going to cut the corner. You don't want it to make a 90-degree corner here at 3005, right? You just...
Yeah, Chris, it can cut the corner. I think that actually keeps it more clear of the targe.
Yeah. at the high bar, the two-puller, and the associated adjustable.
Okay, copy, Bob. You can head back to the H fixture.
This is Mission Control Houston. This is the helmet camera of Chris Cassidy that you're seeing now. He's working on routing that power cable you see in his left hand through pre-designated parts of the station structure, confirming some of those points with the ground IV here in Mission Control Houston, Jasmine Mogbelli.
Bob, if we can't get it off, we'll have to redrive the fasteners.
This is Mission Control Houston. Bob Bankin aboard the International Space Station working on this H fixture. Here's a replica here on the ground, handled by Jasmine Mogbelli, you see there. Some of these procedures to the crew. It's her voice that you're hearing communicating some of these procedures to the crew. Engineers here in the room taking a look at that H fixture. Engineers here in the room taking a look at that H fixture so Mogbelli can properly relay some of the new techniques with some of the new tools that Bob Bankin is now relay some of the new techniques with some of the new tools that Bob Bankin is now bringing back to the work site.
A-firm, you'll install another wire tie there. Bob, so it looks like you've got a good position on that pry bar between the H fixture and the mounting plate.
Yeah, there's just not enough gap to put the pry bar in. Yeah, there's just not enough gap to put the pry bar in.
Okay, so we'll try and, Bob, copy, you can't get the pry bar in, so we'll try and go to the AMS2 pillar.
I gotta just kind of slowly wiggle it in. There's not, but I'll keep working on it. There's a little space there. So I gotta just kind of slowly wiggle it in.
Okay.
There's not much, much space there, so.
Okay.
I'm assuming that the reference is to try to get it, to try to get it to a tether point side, top the D-pad, to a tether point side, top the D-pad, is that correct?
Yeah, you can go where you are now and on the opposite side, the bottom side as you're looking at it. Yeah, you can go where you are now and on the opposite side, the bottom side as you're looking at it. Because that'll push against the mass canister itself. But you cannot go to the side with the tether point because that'll push against the mass canister itself.
Getting load onto the ball defense. I've just been wondering if getting load onto the ball defense is it best to do it on
We think the right side, Bob.
Or on this right side at the top of the plate.
We think the right side, Bob.
truck checklist page. Handrails autonomous over here. My handrails. There's just not enough purchase to get this pry bar in.
Okay, Bob, we'll try the AMS tube puller. As you retrieve that, you're both 4 hours into the EVA. The limited consumable Medox on Chris at 7 hours, and you're about 30 minutes ahead of timeline. And Bob, I'll talk you through how you're going to use the AMS tube puller. And Bob, I'll talk you through how you're going to use the AMS tube puller. Okay, so you want to take the hook, and if you, as you're looking at the bracket right now, with the hook, and if you, as you're looking at the bracket right now, you can go with the tether point on the right side, and you're at the, if you look, you can go in from the top right, you should see a circle of metal. If you look above that tether point on the right, you should see a circle of metal, silver circle. You basically want to, on the inside of the bracket, put that hook in, and there's a ball detent there. You're trying to just cycle in and out to loosen it.
Ground IV Jasmine Mogbelli walking Bob Bankin. Ground IV Jasmine Mogbelli walking Bob Bankin from the helmet camera 20 here that you're seeing on your screen through the process of removing that H fixture, trying troubleshooting with a new tool called the pry bar. That didn't quite work, so they're taking out a tool that was specially designed for repair work that took place for the alpha magnetic spectrometer repair work that took place late last year.
I don't know if you can feel if you're getting the ball detent or not, but basically you're going to do that on that top side, and then I don't know if you can feel if you're getting the ball detent or not, but basically you're going to do that on that top side and then on the lower right side as well.
Okay. Can't really tell if I'm feeling it or not.
Okay, what you're doing looks good from our view. Okay, what you're doing looks good from our view. Ready, Chris? Ready, Chris?
The cable is at 3049. The cable is at 3049. It's secured with the adjustable. We took it on the airlock with, and if it's okay with you, I'll just use that to secure the bundle until I think it's okay end of the day. And if not, it'll come back here. I think it's okay. There was no wire tie that lined up with 3029. To the routing, there was no wire tie that lined up with 3029. The wire does, but the wire tie is on 3042. Just like the wire does, was wire tie there. Right over the top of 3029, just like if it was wire tie there.
Copy 3042 instead of 3029. Okay, and copy 3042 instead of 3029, and that checking on the adjustable.
I don't understand a troop puller. Where do you put it? I don't understand a troop puller. Where do you put it? Apparently down inside there's a little ball detent that you can blind try to cycle. I've done that several times now on the top and the bottom. I've done that several times now on the top and the bottom. And I a little bit as you trying to work the troop puller to stay straight as it a little bit as you put it through that pace. Yeah, the troop puller, they need material too.
And Chris, that adjustable tether, and Chris, that is good. And if you can just that adjustable tether stow is good. And if you can just, as you go back, verify that ADP is in place.
Verify the what?
Verify the ADP is in place. Let me know if you need me to talk you on. Verify the ADP is in place. Let me know if you need me to talk you on.
I've probably cycled the top and the bottom as best I can. There's not a lot of feedback. have recycled the top and the bottom as best I can when there's not a lot of tactile feedback in accomplishing anything. But it doesn't people are trying to bend it back and forth. Putting it in both directions and trying to keep it straight.
Hey from Bob, and what you were doing looked like it was good, so give it another tug and see if that works. Hey from Bob, and what you were doing looked like it was good, so give it another tug and see if that works.
Copy.
Copy, Chris. And that AGP I was talking about is basically a pin. Copy, Chris. And that AGP I was talking about is basically a pin as you pass handrail 3014. That stanchion going to the AMS, and you just want to towards the bottom of it. There should be a adjustable diameter pin. You just want to make sure it looks like it's installed.
You know, GP is a throwback to masculine skills range. GP is a throwback to masculine skills range.
Copy. And Chris, just try and get WVS on as you Chris, just try and get clear of that WVS on as you backtrack and verify the cables are clear of that charge rotational envelope and the MT on phase 1.
Rotational envelope. Definitely clear of the charge rotational envelope.
Copy, Chris.
No joy, Jaws. I think no joy, Jaws.
Okay. Copy, Bob. Still no joy. Do you think there's anything having Chris there with you? Copy, Bob. Still no joy. Do you think there's anything having Chris there with you could help with?
I don't know if there's an arm or an APFR position that could maybe give you a little bit more purchase, but an arm or an APFR position that could maybe give you a little bit more purchase, but I'm not sure that would do it either. I think the best answer is probably inserted into the tether point, like a longer tool inserted into the tether point to increase the leverage. That might break the tether point off, and I get to try to increase the leverage. Pull on it pretty good, but I can move it at all. You can pull on it pretty good, but it's really not moving at all.
Copy by
I don't see much.
Okay,
Another person can help with.
Okay, copy. Stand by, we're talking it down here.
Can help with.
Okay, copy. Stand by, we're talking it down here.
There's not two people. The only thing you could do would be to try to hold on to my feet. I don't think there's not two people. The only thing you could do would be to try to hold on to my feet, but I'm getting a lot of leverage into here, and so, yeah.
Another handover of communications, audio and video from the International Space Station. Relayed through the communications, audio and video from the International Space Station, relayed through the tracking and data relay satellites. And that's part of the Space Communications and Navigation Program. And that's part of the Space Communications and Navigation Program. Flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston, the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston, the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Chris Cassidy through the procedures today. Guiding Bob Benkin and Chris Cassidy through the procedures today. They've even got some. They've completed their primary task of upgrading the 1B channel. They've even got some prep work done on the 3B channel, and now are continuing through several get-ahead tasks.
Yeah, copy all, Bob. Yeah, copy all, Bob. And Bob, just stand by one. We're still talking it.
From the helmet camera of Bob Benkin, he's still working on that H fixture, trying multiple different ways to try to get that gold square structure removed. That is the H fixture. It's on the base unit or the mast canister of one of the station's solar arrays.
Okay, Bob, we're going to go ahead and reinstall the bolts. We don't think there's anything else we can do to get that off, so we'll have to reassess for future EVAs. So a couple of notes and cautions. 2 H-fixture bolts are needed to meet the tie-down requirements. To prevent loss of H-fixture fasteners during hand start, minimize side loading, maintain axial force on bolt to compress spring during rotation. How copy? And Chris, before I get Bob working on reinstalling, are you good on your forward plan? We'll have you head back to the airlock to pick up the Ethernet cable.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, but it's nice to tag up with you on that, and that sounds great.
Okay, copy, Chris. Okay, Bob, let me know when you're ready to start working the reinstall.
Okay, I'm ready to start working the reinstall.
Okay, you'll apply downward pressure and hand start the H fixture bolts. Report turns on each.
Okay. Got about turns on the 1.5 turns on the top left one. No turns on the other yet. No turns on the other.
Copy 1.5 on bolt. Copy 1.5 on bolt 4.
International Space Station 271 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean. Heading into an orbital nighttime, we'll see the view start to get just a little bit darker. Meantime, Bob Benkin has exhausted some of the techniques to remove this H fixture. This was a unit to be removed for future power system upgrades, but it was on the large list of get-ahead tasks that were originally scheduled for these first 2 spacewalks to upgrade the 1B power channel, which has since been successfully upgraded with 3 new lithium-ion batteries. They even got some of the prep work tasks for the 3B channel that's coming up later this month. This H fixture is 4 tasks much further down the road. But troubleshooting this now identified some techniques that must be needed for when it becomes more of a priority.
Copy 1 turn on bolt 3. Copy 1 turn on bolt 3.
For now, since Benkin was unable to remove the H fixture. He's bolting it back into place. Given that it is not an urgent task, then it's one of the get-ahead task for future work.
They're flushing to the hole. Yeah. So getting fingers on it, just taking a thumb with pressure and just trying to twist it.
Checking, Bob.
Depending on what you said, still recommend that we try Alpha 1. Even though once they get them all started, I still recommend doing a low turner just to see if it's moving.
Copy, Bob. Okay. Okay, Bob. You can use Alpha 1 instead of using your hand on the remaining runs just to get them started.
I thought all of them started one turn now, but I still would like to just start with one turn on, two turns on Alpha 1 just to make sure that they're in there and they're not cross-loaded or something.
Okay, that's fine, Bob. You can do that.
What will the setting be when we actually turn the bolts?
They'll be Alpha 3 clockwise 1. And Chris, if you get back to the airlock when you're ready, I'll take a glove and hap check from you.
There, but I understand not applicable anymore.
Copy, get checks. And when you're ready, you can open the hatch thermal cover.
Okay, copy. The GoPro camera at the base of the seat spur.
Copy, Chris. GoPro at the base of the CETA spur.
I've got the one additional turn on each of the fasteners at this point in Alpha 1.
Okay, copy, Bob. You can go to Alpha 3 clockwise 1, and it'll be an additional 10 turns on each one.
Alpha 3 clockwise 1. Top left. Handrail 0500 Jasmine for the GoPro.
Copy 0500 for the GoPro. Copy, thermal covers open. With that, you can retrieve the Ethernet cable real back from the airlock and stow it on your BRT. And you want the bag opening facing you.
Copy that. I got that 7 turned and top left one closed out.
Copy, 7 turns on number 4. And can we get that torque and light on that, Bob?
Top right. Green light, 18.2 on the torque.
Copy, 18.2.
One more time, say those instructions about the...
Bob, we'll have you stand by for one, and Chris, for the cable bag, verify the bag opening is facing you when you stow it on your BRT.
Seeing me interesting, okay? No problem. Seeing me interesting, okay? No problem. Please.
Bob, can you repeat the torque? We heard 18.2, is that correct?
1.8.2. Sorry, it's on Bravo, not on Alpha.
Copy, stand by.
That's what it needs. Driving hard to the other direction. Bob, I've got that Charlie. I'm coming over here. Roger.
Okay, Bob, can we have you go to Bravo 4 counterclockwise 1 and release 1 turn on bolt number 4, the one you just torqued down?
Bravo 4. Counter 1 on the one I just torqued down.
Affirm. And just looking for a 1 turn to release the torque.
Copy, 1 turn. We'll cover closed, safer handles down.
Copy, thermal cover and safer handles. Thanks, Chris.
Exit of access.
Copy.
Okay, there's 1 turn.
Copy, and you'll go back to Alpha 3 clockwise 1. And crew cautions for you when ready.
Alpha 3 clockwise 1.
Good settings. Looking for...
It works for your comm. I'm ready. One turn, 4.6 it looks like on the torque. Line.
Okay, Bob, that's good for that bolt number 4. We need at least 1 more bolt. And Bob, so if you want to go bolt number 2, the opposite corner, we'll do the same thing. So Alpha 3 clockwise 1.
Alpha 3 clockwise 1 on the opposite bolt.
Affirm, looking for bolt to torque.
Recommended translation, you want me to just go aft on the airlock or come up to the door?
So you can go zenith on the CETA spur to S0 and then...
Forward on the airlock.
and then you want to go port.
For S0 and S4.
This is Mission Control Houston. Quick status update. Cassidy has completed the power cable routing. He has since gone to the airlock to retrieve an Ethernet cable. Now he's just translating or moving over to the worksite to begin some of that work. In the meantime, Bankin is securing the H fixture back into place. He only needs 2 bolts to secure it back to the mast canister. This is the base unit of the solar array. This solar array installed on June 11th, 2007, more than 13 years ago on STS-117. After he secures the H fixture back to that mast canister, he'll join Cassidy for the Ethernet cable routing.
With that, you can pick up all your tools and tethers and the ORU bag. And Chris, sorry, those cautions for you. Yeah, Bob, no worries. We learned a lot for the next time we attempt this. Chris, for you, avoid inadvertent contact with S0 aft face radiator. Avoid inadvertent contact with surrounding connectors and fluid lines. How copy? Okay, and Chris, before you go into the rat sense, we're going to drop your green hook on handrail 3459.
To that one.
And say your current position.
On that, on the diagonal, it gets the first wire tie after the rat test.
It's starboard 2 handrails. And it's 3459.
459.
A firm.
You need it all the way there? I'm going to do it right here where the first wire tie goes, if that's okay with you. I'm going back.
Yeah, Chris, your tether length may be close, but otherwise we're good with that. We think it should reach.
It should reach. I'm trying to understand that comment.
Yeah, Chris, that's good. You can drop it on the handrail you're at.
Bob, what's your status? I'm back at the medium ORU bag, and I'm going to collect it, I believe, after throwing some tools inside of it. Okay. I'm just about to take the real bag and go into the rat's nest. Okay. Gave an assessment to what we talked about, leaving the bag, and then, yeah, but I think I'm just going to keep it on me. It seems like it's going to work, huh? Yeah. Going in.
And Chris, I think I missed it in the handover, but you already dropped your green hook on 3459.
Oh, I did not. I dropped it on the angled one on the strut that has no number. It's the first place that gets a wire tie to the rat's nest.
Yep, sorry, copy. And I think I see you heading towards the rat's nest. You want to stay nadir of the radiator on phase 4 and head to the port side.
I'm there.
Okay, Chris, you're going to be removing the cap from the S3 Ethernet cable W4294P5 using the adjustable equipment tether on the reel bag.
And Jaws, I have the tools, high bar, and puller returned to the OLU bag.
Copy, Bob. If you're confident everything's back in there, you can stow that ORU bag on your BRT and head back inboard, but we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check first.
My hap is still baseline. My gauntlets are up. And my gloves look in good condition. I did pick up quite a bit of extra smudging. The H fixture itself.
Copy, additional smudging on the gloves, but otherwise good. And Bob, is the trash bag still on you, or did you stow that in the ORU bag?
Still on me.
Copy. Okay, and Bob, just a reminder as you head in to hit the inboard brake pedals on both the CETA carts.
Right. There's 3 connectors here. I believe that's what you were expecting. And say again the whiskey number.
4294.
4294. Whiskey 4300. Under cable. Okay, let's see.
4300 is the cap on the spider cable. That one will also come off using a mini workstation ret. The 4294 is the Ethernet cable.
Okay, so there, the spider cable is named that for a reason. It looks like there's 4 cables, 4 ends coming out of it. And I see whiskey 4300 on.
A from Chris, that's the cap you'll want to remove on the spider cable. And you can use a mini workstation ret for that.
Well, I'm not, I guess I'm not saying. correctly. There are 7 caps. I see 4 cables bundled together with 4 caps, and 3 bundled together with 3 caps. They're all part of the spider cable.
And you want the J5 cap, sorry.
J5, okay, that helps me. I've got the corregida bag on my BRT, and I'm headed back to the airlock, I'm guessing.
Yeah, from Bob, you'll head back inboard to help Chris, and on your way back in, you can stow that or U-bag wherever you'd like between the CETA spur and the airlock.
Okay. J5. J5 on whiskey 4300.
Good words, Chris. You can remove that cap, and ultimately you want it stowed on the adjustable that's on the real bag.
There it is.
Copy. And the other cap you're looking to remove is on the Ethernet cable itself, P5, whiskey 4294.
Whiskey 4294. Okay, right cap is removed.
Copy. With that, you can make...
No 5. EMI's clear. Meeting.
Copy, good inspection, go to mate. Okay, Chris, with that, we're going to start routing. I have a few notes for you. Use S1 nadir handrail path between faces 5 and 6 to S3. Secure wire ties as needed every 5 to 10 feet. Pull slack to reduce cable bowing out, yet avoid putting tension in cable, and verify safety tether not trapped by cable wire tie. How copy?
All right, thanks.
Okay,
So we're
Chris.
going over the top of these SMS wires. We're looking for this little handrail. The opposite side.
A from the angled one.
Angle 1. Okay. Okay, I tapped the brake pedal. Brake release pedal on the inboard side of the outboard seat, of course.
Copy, Bob.
That little handrail has a wire tie.
Copy, Chris. Next, you're going to want to route the cable station forward of the S0 aft strut.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 39 minutes into today's spacewalk. Cassidy working on the routing of an Ethernet cable, making some connections and routing it across the station structure. Benkin wrapped up the rebolting of the H fixture back to the mast canister. This was the gold square that was on the base unit of the solar arrays. That's secured into place. Now returning his tool back over close to the airlock. The station 260 statute miles over the Philippines in an orbital nighttime.
Right at the top of the Petersburg.
Copy, Bob, and just let us know where you end up temp stowing the ORU bag.
I'm around that strut.
Copy, you're around the strut. Next, you'll retrieve your green hook from the handrail you dropped it off, the diagonal one.
Copy. Leave off speed. Bob, can you slide past me at this point, or if you go on the airlock and go there, and go start port? Trying to figure out the best. I want to drop this bag off. I figured the best thing to do is just drop it on the airlock handrail. Copy the ring. Copy that.
And Chris, that where you retrieve your green hook from, that diagonal strut, I believe that's the same one you're going to want to put your next wire tie on.
I believe so too.
And you'll want to wire tie to the zenith part of that handrail stanchion. Copy, green hook.
or the medium ORU bag is tethered to the circular handrail on the underside of the, those sticks on the underside of the airlock.
Copy that, Bob. And with that, you can head over to help Chris and just let us know how you want to work it with who's trailing and who's leading.
Bob, if you can go on the airlock straight port, if that works for you, and then you can come up behind. But I'm not picturing the tethers behind me, so double check me on that. Okay, I think my tether is actually kind of trailing a little bit off to the starboard side still, on the CETA light, or on the light stanchion down there. Okay. I'll have to try to clear that a little bit. I've almost made it to the CETA spur.
Okay, Chris.
Can't see you, so just tell me if you need me to do anything that helps you or helps us. I'm on the airlock toolboxes. Okay. Trying to make sure my safety tether is not Okay, so let's see. I probably need to pass you and come behind you. Yeah, exactly. You go one handrail further to the port side. To the port? Yeah. Yep. A whole lot of handrails in here. Coming up the CETA spur right now? Yep, coming up right behind you. Or I'll pass over your tether. Now that I'm looking at my tether, I think I need to do a bag swap around that thing so my... Wait a minute, we're gonna go... It's fine. Get on the CETA spur and my tether. Which side of the CETA spur is that tether? On the forward side, you have to come underneath here. Yeah. You want the cable on the side of the CETA spur, right, Catherine?
Hey, firm.
Yeah. So when I get to that spot, Bob, I'm going to just have to do a little bag switcheroo like I did last over. If you need me to go up, down, port starboard, or I'm just holding right here. Yeah, I'm just trying to get my tether clear of the light. Here we go. Right into it. See with it pointing right at me? Yeah. You know, if I get onto the CETA spur, then you'll have room to pass, because where I'm looking, there's really no way for you to... This way you can get by me. How's that work? Can you get by me? This is where I need to do the bag switch. Okay, so you want me to go underneath you? Yeah, because there's maybe one more place that needs a wire tie. Okay. So while you and Jasmine are tagging up on that, I'll switch the bag around. Okay. Jasmine, is there a reason why we should delay on putting our fair leads out? The problem is that the tethers are Wrapping around the light.
Checking.
I've got it clear now. I'm just trying to keep it clear. Yeah. Barely do a little bit.